Test one.
Thank you. Hello, hello.
Check, check.
Hello, how are you?
Testing. Good evening and welcome to our school board work session. We have several topics, but we get some administrative things out of the way. We have a quorum. We are going to go on and get started. A couple of our members are in traffic right now, but they're on their way. I see one is already here and another one is on her way. Another two are on their way. But we do have a quorum, so we're going to get started. Just in the way of administrative details, when we begin our meeting, ladies and gentlemen who are in the audience, we ask you to wear your mask while you're in the auditorium. When you come up to speak, if you have to speak at the podium, of course, you may take your mask off. We ask you to put it back on when you finish speaking. If you need to step out for some air, that's fine, but we ask you to step outside. get a breath of air, and of course you may come back in the building when you do. We do ask you to respect the speakers, to listen. This is a work session, so we don't have public speakers, general public speakers. We do have people who are on our administrative staff giving reports and giving information at this time during the work session. So without further delay, we're going to get started. Mr. Superintendent, we want to hear about the strategic plan, and you guys are leading us in the development. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Akima Branch, our Chief Academic Officer. And as Dr. Branch is coming to the podium, I just want to remind the board and our school community that this is the next step where we've asked the board to provide us drafts of some of their goals. This information is actually going to be used and shared with the community, with the staff, others, so they can also develop their own goals. We're going to look for some common themes, some common vocabulary. Also, as we move closer towards indicators, based on the information that's shared today and us collecting data from our constituents, the next time that the board will actually have a work session related to the strategic plan will be January of 2022. So with that being said, I'll turn over to Dr. Branch.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members. As Dr. Gordon stated, I'm moving us forward in the strategic planning process. Tonight, we'll look at the strategic plan goal writing, which you as a school board were asked to provide some information based on some previous thoughts that you had shared. And I'll go over that process and how our information was received and provide you some updates from the information. We'll also look at some of the goals you all recommended, as well as the measures on how those goals could be measured if they are executed. And then we'll do a strategic, also known as a SWOT analysis, where we'll look more reflectively as a board and as a school community, starting with our school board, on what we see within Suffolk Public Schools. We'll use that information and discussion to be a part of a school board SWOT analysis activity, where you all will provide some input to me, and I'll create, the document has been created and sent to you all, but I'll also type in information and feedback tonight from you. Just as a reminder that strategic planning enables the division, the school district, to align its strategic plan with its mission as well as vision and other guiding or core principles. We discussed during the retreat, the school board retreat in July, how this process plays out. So while we're doing one component of the strategic planning process, like tonight, the SWOT analysis, looking at some recommended goals and measures, there are other concurrent pieces that should be progressing in this process. The board is really responsible for the high-level components of the strategic plan, primarily the mission, vision, goals, how it's implemented. Now, on the opposite side of that, in collaboration, the district administrators oversee the implementation. It is the board's responsibility to ensure we have a strong strategic plan, which includes the voice and input from all stakeholder groups, but that we guide the process. Again, the district administrators are responsible for implementing the plan. District administrators and the board share responsibility for setting the goals and objectives for the strategic plan, that in order for it to work, we must work collaboratively. This is not only a collaborative process, again, for just the district administrators as well as the school board, but the community and all stakeholder groups. During a previous work session, I asked you to provide words that you want to see, that you recommend for any part of our strategic plan, whether it be the mission, the vision, goal statements, anywhere in the strategic plan. And this is the outcome of what you provided, and I shared this during the previous work session. From that, and this is for the community as well and those who are watching, I ask you all to provide us some recommended goals and measures using some of the terms that you stated you wanted to see in the process. I'm going to open up the activity so that everyone can see what was sent to the school board members. I included the current goals for 2018 to 2023, our 5 strategic plan goals there, included the core words that we would put in our mission, vision, and core values, and then provided instructions on asking you all to provide 3 to 5 statements or examples of strategic plan goals you'd like to see included. These will be used to help our constituents, our stakeholder groups, guide their thinking as they are planning, as we will have multiple groups providing input. I also ask, because in order to determine if any of our goals are effective, if we're moving forward with anything, we have to have some measurables. And so I ask you all to provide some measurables also. From that, you all submitted, and I've chosen and been able to put these under different areas, the strategic plan goals recommendations from the board. And I'll go through each of these, and if any of you wants to provide any additional input or thoughts, expanding upon what you said, that's fine. From this, there are 5 areas listed. It's recommended that we not have as many strategic plan goal areas, but it's really up to the board how many you choose. On this, the feedback you all provided came under 5 areas: student achievement, climate and culture, operational efficiency, teacher quality, hiring and retention, and lastly, family and community engagement. Under student achievement, there are 3 that I pulled from the number of ones that you all submitted. Ensure all students demonstrate academic growth to become responsible and productive citizens. Ensure all students achieve at high levels and demonstrate academic growth in knowledge and skills necessary for a productive citizen. You see some of the same words in those 2 statements. And then the last one, provide high-quality educational programs and opportunities to enhance student achievement and growth. Of these 3, we would use those when you're working with and invite those stakeholder groups to provide additional feedback. Would they agree on these statements, or would they want to see more? And then throughout that process, there would be a vote on which statements would fall under student achievement. And anyone can provide any additional thoughts there if they'd like. Under climate and culture, which captures so many areas, especially in our student services, in the division as a whole, a lot of different components. These were some of the statements. Ensure all students learn in a nurturing, caring, and supportive and safe environment. Ensure a safe, supportive, nurturing, and authoritative environment in which students learn. Provide and cultivate a safe, caring, and nurturing environment for student learning. Again, you see, you all used very similar words, and this information I don't believe was shared amongst you, so you all were thinking along the same lines in both areas, using those words that you want to see drive our strategic plan. Under the area of operational efficiency, maintaining efficient, effective, and quality management of operations and resources with excellent service as a goal. We see service in there. We see effective. We see efficient, many of the words that were already used. And then the other, ensure the school division operates with financial prudence, inclusive practices, and faculty operational efficiency, facility operational efficiency. Under teacher quality, hiring, and retention, and if you'll notice that many of these themes are some of the same ones that we have in our current strategic plan goals, attract, develop, and retain a highly diversified and qualified staff devoted to teamwork. Teamwork was one of the words included as well as these others. Hire, develop, and retain high quality and diverse staff. Under family and community engagement, increase engagement and involvement of our families, stakeholders, and partnerships. Strengthen family and community relations by providing a welcoming and open environment. Would anyone like to add or elaborate on any of those statements, or have thought of some others that we can include? And this is in your presentation. All right, again,
I have a question.
Sure, Ms. Story.
So with those, many of them are very similar to the strategic goals from last time because you did include them.
Yes.
You included what they were for last time. So maybe just a word or two were tweaked, I think, from most of those. So I'm wondering how many, so I noticed that some you have 3, some you have 2. How many, is that a culmination of how many board members that participated and turned things in?
Everyone participated, and remember I asked for 3 to 5 or however many they thought. So that was part of the instructions. So I pulled from the information provided to list those there. And yes, there are some commonalities because the words that you all suggested or recommended that would be a part of the plan were some of the same words that we currently have: achieve, ensure, efficiency, effectiveness, nurturing.
So there's still, if you put up there our last goals, a comparison, they're pretty much the same, correct? Is the last 5 years? Is there any that stands out that is different?
These are the current school board goals, and when you're talking about student achievement and academic growth, no, there's not a lot of difference wording-wise when you capture that under student achievement. When you look at climate and culture, supportive, nurturing environment, not a lot of change there as far as the wording. Maintaining the operational efficiency, many of those words are the same. And honestly, you do not have to change your strategic plan goals in a great way in order for them to be a new plan, especially if the goals, the main goals, are the same. Again, under hiring and our talent management, attract, develop, and retain, some of the same words. Strengthen family engagement and community investment. Very simplified here, more elaborative on the other document.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Any other thoughts or questions?
If we wanted to add something or I guess hone in on an emphasis on early childhood instruction, one of the issues, maybe if I share the concern, we can sort of hone in on it or see if it's already included. If it's already included or it should be put in at a different point, that's fine with me. One of our big issues is we never have enough of our early childhood programs for children with special needs. We never have enough services. We always have a waiting list. And that's been a concern of mine for several years, a concern of several of ours for several years. So if we want to look at emphasizing early education or early instruction, and of course professional development for all teachers in dealing with children who have some types of disabilities, whether they are in the regular classroom or whether they are just students who might need differentiated instruction in the regular classroom, whatever the case may be. How would we or should we at this point look at them, or should they be more when we get to indicators or more when we get to mission rather than vision kinds of things?
Yes, you actually answered that question. That's more so when we get to indicators. Okay. The goals drive what we do. How we do it are under our indicators. So if there needs to be more of an emphasis in professional development for all or in significant specific areas, as well as if we wanted to look more into early childhood, those would be the indicators, and then we would have measures specific to those indicators.
Okay.
Yes. So as far as where it is in the process, this is the creation, the start of the driving goals for everything else we will do.
I see. And so when we talk about the attract, develop, and retain, if we were talking about professional development, that would be in our development phase of item number 4, which is the way it has been.
Yes, that
Okay.
would be in that area. Yes. And these can be fleshed out even more. Remember, you all are going to provide these as a board to your other stakeholder groups. They can add other information, and then it would be voted on by the community, by those stakeholder groups, as to what would be the drivers, what would be the main ones that, as a school division, we would want to select.
Thank you,
So this is a evolving and developmental process.
thank you. Board members, are there other questions?
Okay, great. All right, so from those, I ask you all to provide some goals, goal measures, some ways that you recommend we measure this information. Because we can't have a goal if there's not a way for us to determine if we're moving forward with that. So some of the general ways that we can capture our goal growth and movement: student test scores and pass rates. And I did not list all the tests and everything. I captured it. Student test scores and pass rates. Advanced instruction participation rates and scores. I separated that because of the focus on some of our specialty programs like IB and AP and those areas where testing is done separate or outside, and it's an application process to be in those programs. Remedial learning rates. There was a statement regarding reducing the amount of remedial courses and students in remedial courses. So that would be an area we could use to measure if that was one of our indicators. CTE student licensure numbers, again, a separate specialty program, specialized programs where students take tests and are able to go to take state boards to see if they have passed in that area and can be employed in that area. Division efficiency costs. So I use this term for the statements that, the measures that dealt with operations and budgets and anything that deals with cost and how effective we are in maintaining our schools and what we do and how many buildings we have and what we put into them and all of those things. Parent, stakeholder, and participation rates, that measure actually comes under family and community engagement, where it was suggested that we use that information to determine if our parents and our community are more involved in our work. Staffing efficiencies based on metrics, really looking in our human resources areas. Are we staffed appropriately? Do our higher need areas have the amount of efficient staff that they need? That deals also with licensure and professional standards and all of that. Teacher staff retention data, again, under our human resources area, how that's looking, what we're doing in order to capture that data, that will be part of the indicators. Climate and culture data would be inclusive of, as I stated earlier, our discipline, our climate within the division, how people think, feel about not only working here, but our community members and other stakeholder groups as well. And then lastly, observations, input, and feedback, which can all be used to capture and measure our goal statements. All right. Now, to move forward, tonight we're going to look at, as part of our work, a SWOT analysis. And I really wanted to make sure we were all on the same page about what a SWOT analysis is. I'm certain, if not all of us, some of you have done a SWOT analysis in some capacity. A SWOT analysis really is a reflection. You're looking at the current state of things versus the desired state of things. And during the retreat, we talked about what is our ultimate goal? Where do we want to be? It would be part of our vision. Where do we ultimately want to see Suffolk Public Schools? Our current state describes what we're doing now. So I'll break down the SWOT analysis and those areas that deal with now. this also encompasses our current areas of strength and opportunities for continued success. We look at now what our weaknesses are, but can they be addressed with work that we're doing and how we're doing them, how we're progressing towards those things. Underperformance, pressing needs experienced by one or more stakeholder groups. That's our current state. Of course, our desired state, that's where we want to see ourselves achieve in the future. That's based on our efforts, the work we do now and the work that we'll do progressively. This is where we want to see ourselves. SWOT analysis collect external and internal data and information. So it's not just the board who will do the strategic plan. It's everyone, all stakeholder groups that will be a part of the strategic planning process. But the board is ultimately responsible and will lead that effort. Districts share this information, any of their information, the data they're using, with the stakeholder groups to build consensus around the need for changes. And consensus does not mean we all agree on everything, but that we can live with our final decisions and the things that we're doing to drive our school division. It does require leadership and direction from cross-functional teams. So I'll continue to repeat that the school board is in charge of leading the strategic plan process, of overseeing the strategic plan process, of ensuring that the strategic plan is being followed. District administrators actually implement the plan, but the entire community, all stakeholder groups, are part of the leadership and direction of the strategic plan process. It is recommended that there is a steering committee for the strategic plan of representative groups from all your stakeholder groups, representatives from all stakeholder groups. So it's not just one voice or one set of interest. It's a cross-section, cross-function group that will lead to bring back information to the school board, but it's based on the voices of all. This is a simple diagram. I thought it was simple enough for me to understand, everyone to understand, as you break down SWOT. So SWOT really means strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Strength, what we do well. That's our kudos. What are the things that are really working for us and unique to us that are going well? Our weaknesses, those are those things that we could improve upon, that we know about, that we have less resources or fewer resources than others in this area, and other things that we'd like to see done here. Under opportunities, what do we have? What do we need that others may already have, that may have already set an example? What are some opportunities for partnerships, for cross-collaboration that we could include in our processes? What trends could you take advantage of? And there's a lot of trends now, so we need to be very research-driven and evidence-based as we look at trends, because not everything meets every group or every school division. But what's going to work best for us? And how can we turn our strengths into opportunities? And lastly, threats. What are things that harm us or that could potentially harm us, that are harming us? What's our competition doing? If we were more in a for-profit, that may be something we look at. But in the educational realm, when we're looking at competition, we're looking at things that may drive people away or cause division within. And what threats do your weaknesses, I need my readers on, expose you to? What threats do they expose us to that we have not even considered? Some things that we need to consider that we've never had to face before, but that could potentially be an issue for us. With a strategic or SWOT analysis, strengths and weaknesses are internal. They are your internal focus primarily. Your opportunities and threats, you look primarily outside. What are some things that others are doing? What are some things that we should expand upon or exploit? What are some threats, some things we need to avoid or thwart? Those are the externals. So, based on this information, I have an activity that I've shared with you all where we're going to do a school board SWOT analysis. This is not inclusive or exclusive. There are things that can be added at a later time, but I've asked that all of you receive this document, and it's a shared Google document, where you can put in information now that you see under each area based on the information. It is in your email. It was sent to you via email, so all of you have it. However, if you're not able to get to that, I don't want to belabor us. I will be able to type in information also into the document. But you have the document in your drive, and Ms. Gardner actually has handwritten documents, the paper documents, so you can write on those as well. I will be able to type, and we'll have this information collected from the board. What you all see is our SWOT areas. Mr. Littlefield provided a keyboard for me so that I can do some typing also for those who want to state their thoughts. Under the area of strength, what are the things that are good for Suffolk Public Schools that we do well, that we are focused in on, that is growing and progressing? What are some thoughts there? And I'll type it up, or you can type it in. If you type it in, this is a live document, so it will show. If you're writing it, I will not be able to see that. You will have to share that with me.
And as the board members are writing and or typing, again, you have the option. You can always just get Dr. Branch's attention and verbally state your goal. She will type it in, or you can write it on the sheet and we will transfer it that way too. You have both options.
Sure, Ms. Byram.
I don't know if it's appropriate. I think we have an excellent team of Suffolk Public School employees. That's one of our strengths.
Thank you. That is a strength.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Jenkins? No.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Now.
Okay. So I think our team, our employees and staff, they lead with the intentions of bettering our school system and our students. That is their end goal.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Buck?
And I'm speaking from where I am. I think we have great parent support. I know we do in the Nansemond borough, and I've seen it in other boroughs where parents come forward and step up and do all sorts of things, so.
I'm going to also write involvement because that was part of your statement.
As I understand our Harvest Fest, we had over 1,000 parents down the street.
Very good. What are other strengths for Suffolk Public Schools? Ms. Mayo?
Yes, the strong family atmosphere within the school division. It's more like a family. Maybe I'm not. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson? Thank you. Did I? I need my readers. I get joked about that, but it's okay. Any others under strength? Dr.
I
Buck?
would say our student achievement. We're going to tomorrow, and I said I'll probably say this 10 times, and it's all right, because I'm older and old people repeat themselves. Tomorrow, we will be in Washington, D.C., receiving an award from the U.S. Department of Education for our Blue Ribbon School, which is around the corner and down the street. So I think that speaks volumes, and I think our medical program, when I see the white coat ceremony, our IB engineering program, several of our other programs, our new music program, where our talented students, our gifted and talented students in music, and that aspect of intelligence are doing well. So I know when someone just spoke about our specialty programs, we have a lot of offerings, a lot of diverse choice offerings for parents within the public schools.
I added choice offerings also, because that's a
Thank
little
you.
bit different.
Yes.
We have, in those specialty programs, we have quite a few for students to choose from. Anyone else under our areas of strength? Mr. Riddick?
I would say our co-curricular programming.
Co-curricular programming, yes.
Our athletic programs. I'm a football, basketball mom. Our
Athletic
extracurricular.
programs.
Yeah, I guess that's what our robotics and other things, Mr. Riddick, I guess that's what we're talking about too, right? With our co-curricular programs. We have that what you're talking about too?
Yes, I would even include our athletic facilities with the direction that our school division is going in. We're top in the region. And I know we are a division that focuses on academics, but let's be honest, athletic programs along with fine art programs, big motivator for some of our students. And judging by our success we've been having, that's definitely a strength.
Thank you. All right. Now, weaknesses are also internal. What are some things that we would list as areas of weakness that we would need to address?
Well, we know that we have buildings that are in disarray, that need repair. That's immediate needs, capital expenditure, capital issues that need to be addressed.
Okay. Ms. Johnson?
Going to write this, but failure to get the good messages out, the marketing, somehow getting it out that Suffolk Public Schools are doing well and getting that more and more out into the public, and not just in the city, but within the region.
I would like to piggyback off of Board Member Johnson. I would say communication. We have improved, of course, but there's room for more improvement. And right now, with some of the things that we are faced with, being able to reach our targeted audience ourselves. Oftentimes we rely on other third-party sources to tell our story, and it's often misconstrued or interpreted in the manner that they want to do it. But I say as a division, with 14,000 students plus, we should be in a position to effectively communicate our story to our students as well as the parents and community stakeholders alike.
I captured that. Thank you.
I think also we never deny that there are students, just as we have top performing students, there are students that we work very hard to reach who are not being successful. And so we want to emphasize the fact that we work constantly to reach those children.
Another weakness I would say is unity. And this is not from a employee perspective. But when you look at the board as well as the board and its relations with the staff we supervise, you see that there's tension or dysfunction or the lack of trust. And an organization can't grow to its full potential when you have those type of pressing matters that's just stagnated right there.
Okay, thank you. All right. Opportunities. These are really external, some things that we should consider. Some things that would, in all of this, help us to improve.
I think
Dr. Buck?
advocating for our schools, advocating for our schools, emphasizing those. One of the things that I've found to be most effective since I've been on the board is attempting to rewrite the story instead of dwelling on every problem that we have, emphasizing the strengths and letting people know, not denying that there are issues, but emphasizing the strengths as you do and offering solutions for the problem rather than just discussing the problem. Advocating for schools with local, state, and federal folks asking for things that we need. And people are listening, and that's a fortunate thing.
Got it.
I would like to add our strategic location. Suffolk is booming. There are a lot of businesses that would like to make Suffolk home. With that being said, we have the opportunity to leverage that to expand our CTE, expand our other programs that we have going on, and I believe Dr. Gordon and his team are doing an excellent job at doing so, but that is an opportunity that we have. Our city is not just urban, but we also have some rural areas where we can tie into, for an example, the cotton gin and some other businesses that exist to promote future farmers of America, and then we can still promote future business leaders of America by tapping into the other agencies that are close by. So we're blessed to have the Department of Transportation here, the Department of Defense, as well as the Tri-City Center at Old Dominion in our area. So it's about leveraging those resources.
Thank you. Any other opportunities? Anyone? All right, those things that threaten us, primarily external, but they can be internal as well.
We have the constant threat of misinformation. I think that's a major threat. And that's why I think it's important, as Mr. Riddick, I think, was the first to mention, getting facts to people and spreading those facts, emphasizing those things that we've done and that we're doing.
Rewriting the story.
Many people are not aware of the program offerings that we have, the choice options that people have when they come to Suffolk Public Schools. They're not really aware of all of the things that are available and the accomplishments of students here in Suffolk.
Thank you. Any other threats? Ms. Johnson?
There's always the threat of not having enough funding. I mean, that will always be there. And the other thing I was going to say is the threat of political environments. Unfortunately, schools are in the midst of all of that.
Thank you.
I would say tradition. Sometimes we can be stuck on tradition, and failure to move with the times will inevitably cause you to be left behind. And that's where many Suffolkians are falling. And when I say Suffolkians, I'm including us as board members as well, because we're residents. Sometimes we can get caught up on tradition. These are the way things has been done. These are the way things have been done, and we try to hold on to it when society is really saying, let it go.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins?
Yeah, also, I think it's a threat when we have persons or people who hold the purse strings who don't even believe in public schools, and then they want us to compromise. So I don't know how you're going to put that.
I don't know either.
Yeah, it's a political environment also.
And to add to that is, it goes back to the lack of trust. And I'm telling you from firsthand experience, you don't know who to trust. You work with a team, and we can speak freely, right?
Yes.
Okay. You work with a team of people to do what you believe is the best for all. But there are some people who don't believe in team concepts. And then it's counterintelligence intentionally, where you take information, you misconstrue it on purpose, and you pass it out to be fact. And it creates an uproar where the time you spend to provide fact and listen to your citizens, that's time that could have been spent on developing something that was worthwhile for our students. So it's, for me, trust is everything. And if I can't trust you, it's just case by case, long and a spoon scenario. So when you have the parents who are saying they can't trust the division, it's not all, it's a few. When you have teachers, it's not all, it's a few. But then when you have board members, and it's not all, it's a few, it creates a toxic environment. And that's a threat. I heard people talk about folk leaving Suffolk, but a lot of people I've spoken with are leaving not because of bad management from the superintendent or anything of that sort. They love what the superintendent is doing. It's the toxic environment that they see coming from the board. So that's having a negative forecast on our climate to facilitate education. When people fear that if they see a board member at their school, and this goes for me too because I visit schools, so I'm not targeting any board member, but when they see a board member at their school, what am I doing wrong? Why are you here? Okay, what are you trying to catch me in? And this perception is reality. And some of our staff feel this way. So the lack of trust is a weight that's holding our division down.
Thank you. Trying to give appropriate wait time as we do in the classroom. Make sure all our thinkers are able to share. As Dr. Gordon stated earlier, I will be capturing this information. This is a living document, and so we can add to it, but it will help drive as we begin to transition to stakeholder groups and what they see. This is going to be from the board. Other groups will do SWOT analysis and strategic analysis as well, and they'll provide information. All of that information will be gathered and captured, and we'll look at it as a board and as a division and look at how we're going to move forward with the information being provided broadly. Yes, Mr. Riddick.
One more.
That's okay.
Being out of touch with our frontline employees. It's hard to make policies and decisions on things that we don't do in our everyday capacity. So even if we were allowed to do a field trip, for the lack of better terms, to see exactly what education in this day and time looks like versus when I was in school in 2009, or when I read a book to my daughter's class in 2012. So it's just, okay, and that was an example, so please don't crucify me about the 2012, but it's, being in touch where we know exactly what's going on the front line, so we can have that understanding and how it impact people when we make decisions and policies. And that's from a governance standpoint. Not being in touch where we're telling the superintendent how to do his job, but being in touch where we know what's going on and how our yes or no will impact those who got to carry it out.
Ms. Jenkins?
I'm sorry, one more. Social media is a threat. Do we have that? No. When it's used the wrong way.
Thank you. Any more? All right.
I'm going to ask the board to, if you have additional information for the SWOT analysis, if you could either send it directly to Ms. Gardner. We kind of want to cut this off for the board on Monday because we want to be able to get the information out. We're going to really do many of the aspects of the same exercise with students, staff, parents, and the community. That's going to be the gathering of information that we're going to do basically for the rest of November and December through the winter break. Again, once we have the next board meeting in January is when we'll really kind of have a debrief to let you all see everything that those other constituent groups have said and to determine if we see some common themes as we begin to narrow this down. I'm really, really impressed with the feedback that the board has provided to Dr. Branch and Ms. Gardner. As you all see, there are some common words, some common language, and depending on what other things we come from the community and some of those other groups, there may be some tweaks, and we will have some recommendations for you as staff just to kind of help to gather the information. But in the end, the board's going to be the one that's going to determine the exact language that will go into your goals, the total number of goals, and then we'll have a strong focus on the indicators after we've had a chance to break down the information. So thank you so much, Dr. Branch, for this activity.
Thank you. Go back.
At this time, we have a report from the Legislative Committee, and Board Member Jenkins is going to take care of that. Board Member Jenkins and, Board Member Mayo and Board Member Jenkins are two representatives on our Legislative Committee. This is the first time we just instituted the Legislative Committee last year, and just put their description in and voted on them, and so they've met, they've had their first meeting, and we have a report from the Legislative Committee.
Okay.
Board Member Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Legislative Committee, Board Members Karen Jenkins and Loretta Mayo, met on October the 28th, 2021 in the Media Center at Kings Fork Middle School. The purpose was to review the proposed VSBA legislative positions and amendments. These new and revised legislative positions are recommendations from the VSBA Legislative Positions Committee, which will be presented to the Delegate Assembly for approval during the annual VSBA convention this month. The Delegate Assembly will meet on November the 15th, 2021. Therefore, it is necessary for our board to review the proposals prior to the Delegate Assembly. This will ensure that our delegate will know how to vote for the recommendations as presented by the VSBA Legislative Committee. All legislative positions and amendments of the VSBA are adopted by a majority vote of the membership represented at the Delegate Assembly during the annual convention. Legislative positions are permanent and remain in effect until their intent is accomplished or revised or deleted by official action. Only changes to existing legislative positions, that is, amendments to add or delete language, or new legislative positions are to be considered by the delegate assembly. And you have in your hands, and you did receive the delegate handbook, so board members, you should have this information. There are 9 legislative positions that have been recommended for approval by the delegate assembly. The positions for considerations include the following. You have those recommendations listed, and that was prepared, which pulls this out of the delegate handbook. And I'm not going to insult your intelligence by reading all these statements. I'm just going to state the position. Legislative position number 1, fair assessment of limited English proficient students. Legislative position number 2, education technology funding. Legislative position number 3, local school boards constitutional authority. Legislative position number 4, increase student access for internships, apprenticeships. Legislative position number 5, school board authority and governance. Legislative position number 6, student health, wellness, and safety. Legislative position number 7, 21st century communications for school boards. Legislative position number 8, school facility construction funds and finances. And legislative position number 9, school facilities funding. Madam Chair, those are the legislative positions.
Board members, are there questions? This is how this process works. I'm your representative at the delegate assembly. All board members received this information via email from the Virginia School Boards Association. These are the things that the lobbyist from the Virginia School Boards Association goes to the Virginia General Assembly and talks to them about on our behalf. This is done by simple vote, which we'll do later on at the 7 o'clock meeting. But this is your opportunity, if you have questions of the legislative committee or me, to ask about these. What I do is, it doesn't matter what I think, it's what the majority of this board feels you want me to say when I go. If you support position number 1 and don't support 2 or whatever, the majority of the board, it's just a simple vote up or down or abstain. But it's what you support and what you don't support that I take to the delegate assembly, and I say the Suffolk Public Schools Board supports number 1, number 2, or whatever, and that's the way I vote. So you will be asked to vote later on. These have been in your hands, and it's in your handbook. So it's not new information, but it's information that you look over and you tell me what you want to do, and you'll be asked to vote on it later at the school board meeting.
Are these 2 documents basically the same? One is more detailed than the other?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Want to just let you know which ones are updates of board member story and which ones, I think 5 and 9 are the only new things, and then there's a change of language in the other ones.
The legislative
ones have
amendments, recommendations, that's the language, the changes. Okay.
Just like we do when we do policy review, they're underlined any changes, and then there are certain ones that are completely new. There are only 2 that are new. So look over those and decide how you want to vote, and later on we will ask you for an up or down vote, and then I'll take your wishes with me, and that's how I'll vote when I get to VSBA on our behalf. Do you? Yes, ma'am.
If I could just make a comment, I
Sure.
appreciate these, and looks like we're going to be voting on them. But I know that I checked for them, and I just wish I could have had time to read through them. I will take my dinner to look through them and read them, but I just wish we could have had them posted a little earlier. I think they were just posted today. I looked, I think, at about, 1 o'clock. So just, and I know people work. And so if we could have any documents that we're supposed to vote on, it would be great if we could have the legislative reports or any of those just posted a little earlier so we have time to review them and even send in and ask questions. So that's all that I ask, but I'll be prepared to vote. Thank you.
All right, this
But when did the
information,
legislative committee meet?
this information was sent, it was the Delegate Assembly Handbook directly from the VSBA. We all received this back in October. So you had the opportunity to look through that.
Well, I understand that, Ms. Mayo, but I just wish our documents for tonight, if you've had it that long, then, and it's been out there that long, then I'm not sure why it wasn't loaded earlier. It works both ways, right? If it's been out there, then.
Every school board member
No,
got it,
every school
not just
board
them.
member
Every school board
received it.
member received.
I understand,
this.
but again, it's just not that big of a request. If we could have the documents loaded in the agenda prior to the meeting in a more timely fashion, I would appreciate it. That's all I'm asking.
I think that the information was also available at the legislative committee review, was it not? And you had the legislative review on
Yes, it was.
the other night, okay. So at the review committee meeting, the information was available, as well as October. Everyone who is a member of VSBA received the legislative positions handbook, the entire handbook with every one of the positions, as well as these new suggested positions. So every school board member got this information, and it's for Virginia School Board Association members and school board members. At any rate, thank you, and thank you for your report. And so we'll be looking at that later. The other thing is we're sort of in a time crunch at this point with our bullying and cyberbullying survey, because I have to join the electronic meeting.
Yeah.
And if I do, I'll just turn it over to Ms. Byram and go. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium our Supervisor of Social Emotional Learning, Ms. Devers, and our Supervisor of School Counseling, Dr. King. They're going to talk about the bullying and cyberbullying survey data. Based on the public comment that we received at the October board meeting, special thank you to Ms. Ward and Dr. Rice and the other members of the Student Services Department for hopping on this information very quickly. Sean Dickerson, who was our data research guru, did a tremendous job of pulling the information together to find some common themes. Both Dr. King and Ms. Devers are going to share the individual results from the students that participated, as well as highlight some of the programs that SPS has in place, including the newest one that we announced at our last board meeting to address some of these concerns. So, Dr. King?
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Gordon. Can you hear me okay with my mask on? Okay. My name is Angela King, and I am the Supervisor of School Counselors for Suffolk Public Schools, and this is Cindy Devers, and she's the Supervisor of Social Emotional Support. Today, we're presenting information regarding the bullying and cyberbullying survey data. Our mission in the Student Services Department is to provide comprehensive, evidence-based resources to all stakeholders to ensure success for all of our students. Our goal is to develop intentional relationships to ensure that every student has at least one adult in the building that he or she feels safe to go to for support. So let's define bullying and cyberbullying. It is defined as repeated, unwanted, aggressive behavior towards someone and hurting that someone on purpose. This can be social, such as purposefully outing another student. It can be verbal, such as continually calling another names. It can be physical, such as hitting someone with intent. Or it can be cyber, such as creating harmful memes about another person. Last month, 3rd through 12th grades students were surveyed about their experiences with bullying and/or cyberbullying. Approximately 51% of our students participated in this survey. Out of these students, 84% indicated that they had never experienced being teased or having had rumors being spread about them online from someone at school. 93% indicated never having unpleasant comments, pictures, or videos posted online. 78% indicated they did not know a victim of cyberbullying. 49% indicated they had witnessed another student get teased, called names, pushed, or hit while at school. Then 46% indicated that they did try to help these students or find help. 81% indicated that they had never missed school because of feeling unsafe. 93% indicated they had been taught how to keep themselves safe online. And 73% indicated that there is an adult at school that they feel comfortable talking to. However, what we found is that even though students have reported relatively low numbers of being bullied or cyberbullied themselves, about half did believe bullying is an issue on social media and at school. So what can we do to help prevent bullying in school? We can implement strong anti-bullying procedures and guidelines that clearly define bullying, how to report it, and consequences.
So our first step is addressing the school culture. By doing this, we will address the social emotional needs of our students and staff. SPS established an SEL committee in 2021 to begin researching programs and to develop a purpose for our SPS SEL. And this purpose was to develop and improve student attitudes and beliefs about self, others, and school, which will lead to improved academic performance and student behavior. SPS follows the CASEL framework. CASEL stands for the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, which is composed of 5 competencies that you see here, such as self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, responsible decision-making, and relationship skills. We are continuing to train our staff on these competencies. And we want to emphasize that SEL is not just a 10-minute time in the morning, it's something that we do throughout our day. So at the elementary level, some of the things that we have included, we have morning meetings are conducted each day to build empathy and create a positive classroom environment in which students feel welcomed and ready to learn by promoting positive student relationships and positive student-teacher relationships. Teachers receive training through the Caring Schools community through collaborative classrooms. And if you look at the top 2 pictures, those are our students participating in a morning meeting. And then the top right picture is a teacher. If on her wall, she has how does the student want to be greeted that day. The student gets to choose how he or she wants to be greeted and build that relationship with the student before ever walking in. And that's also a way that we can do a quick check-in on a student before they ever come into the classroom. We encourage teachers to integrate SEL in the academic through areas such as goal setting, which is promoting our self-management. So if you look at the bottom right picture, this classroom established personal goals and academic goals. Each student got to set what his or her goal was for the 9 weeks. We encourage teachers and students to set goals for the 9 weeks. It could be for a test, it could be for a day, depending on what they need, so that eventually the students learn to set their own goals. We also promote collaborative groups, which establish respect for others, teamwork, perspective taking, problem solving, and it builds those communication skills. We have PBIS Tier 1 teams at all schools, and that stands for Positive Behavior Intervention Supports. This establishes school-wide expectations of being safe, respectful, and responsible. So the bottom left picture is from one of our schools, just to remind students how to behave in the hallway. And what I love about it is it's not only saying how the students should behave, but it also has how the staff should behave as well, to model that behavior. We also have PBIS Tier 2 teams, so this is when we notice that some students might need additional supports. And those students are paired with a mentor, and they go through a check-in and check-out process each day. So when they check in with the mentor in the morning, they set goals for the day, and then the afternoon, before they leave, we reflect on how we did during the day. We are doing ongoing restorative practices training. This is a focus on restoring relationships and reframing those behaviors so that students understand who was harmed, who they harmed, and who they affected. Restorative practices work to improve and repair relationships. This is year 3 of our restorative practices training. I actually just finished cohort 1 today for this school year. The goal, is to have every teacher in our building trained. Bullying prevention lessons are led by our school counselors, and we provide resources to our teachers, counselors, and administrators in each of these initiatives. At the secondary level, you will see that a majority of these are similar. We have community circles at the secondary level. So if you look at our top left, that is a middle school community circle going on, actually here at Cherry. We have at our high school level, they do them Tuesdays and Thursdays during the first block. I actually got to sit in on a high school circle the other day, and it was great. All of our students, grades K through 12, had the opportunity to pass if they're not feeling it. We respect that. The question that day was, what are your strengths? And listening to those students just share what their strengths were, from a student feeling that my strength is that I don't judge anyone. I really try to take in and listen and respect each other. Someone else said, my strength is I know my limits. I know when I'm at my breaking point, I need to step back. And I also know when I've taken on too much and I need to kind of settle down. And then the teacher reflected after listening of how important it is to know our strengths. We also encourage those collaborative groups in our secondary level. So the two far right pictures are students that are team building, working on that perspective taking, learning those communication skills, problem solving. We have daily check-ins, again, with our students in all of our classes, just to do those quick, informal, are you okay? We want to make sure that we're checking in to make sure we're not missing any student. We have SEL teams that have been established at all secondary schools. They meet monthly. We have partnered with Transforming Ed to provide training for our SEL teams that then take it back to their buildings and train. We have PBIS, again, at the middle schools, which this is an example of a matrix at Forest Glen. Again, we have our teachers that are being trained on their restorative practices, and the bullying lessons are being led by the school counselors at the middle school levels, and again, all these resources for our initiatives are provided for teachers, counselors, and administrators. Some other pieces that SPS is putting in place in response to the bullying survey and comments from our community that we want to make sure we're addressing those concerns. So the first is a social media series to remind our SPS families to think first while engaging on the social media platforms. Ms. Ward kicked off this campaign on Friday, October 22nd, and it will run through November 30th. It will consist of a series of social media blasts from the district's Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram platforms, along with language on the SPS website. Webmasters at the building level have been instructed to include language on their school websites and social media pages to ensure that we're having consistent messaging throughout. There will also be signage with reminders placed throughout all 21 schools to remain throughout the entire school year. One of the other pieces that we noticed, we did see that 46% of our students are speaking up and saying, but we want to make sure that we increase that number and keep going. So we wanted to make that process easier for our students to report bullying. So these posters will be displayed in the common areas of all our schools. They have a QR code to the Google form link to report bullying. The Google form link will also be included on each school's website. This form will go live on Monday. The anonymous hotline is also included on the survey. Our hope is that if students see something, that they say something. Thank you.
So before I turn it back over to Dr. Buck, first of all, I want to definitely thank all of our students that participated in this. We had a short window because our board meeting is up a week earlier, but I think one of the most impressive things is our students being able to support each other. I can specifically remember Ms. Byram during my evaluation talking about finding ways for students to have an adult that they feel safe that they can go to. You saw that in the data. Thank you so much to Dr. King and Ms. Devers for putting that together. Again, Sean Dickerson and Ms. Ward. Ms. Ward was actually in the SAO. It's not just 21 building. She was in the SAO putting those signs up. We'll release that other information on Monday. Even though the actual campaign ends on November 30th, this is a year-long, basically decade-long project until we do whatever we can to eliminate bullying in SPS. So I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Buck.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, I don't know if you saw me nodding my head, but I feel especially comfortable with the fact that students can anonymously go to somebody and say that somebody is bothering me, because they should be able to do that. There should be somebody in the building they can report this to without fear of somebody retaliating, because I don't want any of our children to feel that they are unsafe when they come into our school buildings. It should not be. So thank you so much. Board members, do you have other comments?
Madam Chair,
Board Member Riddick.
I would like to request verification that this is being implemented at all of our schools, which strategies, what form of measuring are we using to ensure that we're headed in the right direction. Because in the last week, I received several calls and messages about a young lady who felt that she couldn't talk to anyone regarding bullying, and for some reason she thought that terminating her existence would solve it. So I would, in addition to that, I would also like to see a See Something, Say Something campaign launch. Let me make sure I stay in my role. If possible, a See Something, Say Something campaign launched to promote everyone to speak up. Because in certain pockets of Suffolk, for the lack of a better term, it's considered snitching. And there's a stigma where snitches get stitches. So kids don't say anything. They suffer through and internalize it until they can't take it anymore.
And that's one of the reasons I agree with the anonymous piece too, to make sure that we had that along with the Google form. You're correct.
And are we, let me know if I'm going too far, Dr. Buck. No. Are we going to send out, what methods are we going to tie this into our parent engagement to really make sure that the parents understand that they can utilize these tools as well? So it's no longer, I'm going to just hold it in, I'm going to text or get on Facebook and make posts or anything of that sort, but I can get this directly to the people and they're going to do something about it.
Absolutely. So on that form, it will go directly on the websites. We'll make sure that it gets out on all of our social media platforms as well. And that link is not just restricted to SPS email addresses, so it is anyone with the link can respond, to ensure that if a student does go home and responds, or reports, excuse me, to their family, that the family member can make a report as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Any board members, any other board members? We did this in the work session. I asked Dr. Gordon to put this in the work session so the board members who had questions had the opportunity to listen to the data and ask questions. So board members, if you have questions, please ask your questions if you have questions now regarding this, because I think this is critical information, and that's why we took the time to do this at this point. Mr. Riddick, so you were absolutely on point. This is fine, because we want to know what we're doing about this. We don't want any child to come to school afraid to go to school in Suffolk Public Schools. Any other board members have questions? Board Member Story.
I'll just piggyback, Mr. Riddick. I would like to know the teams, who makes up those teams of Tier 1, Tier 2 at the schools, like when they function, just to know that every school has them and that they're functioning as they should. I think that's good evidence that's happening. The other thing is, I think I really appreciate your data. I really appreciate that you did it quickly and got this to us. And I think it's sometimes, you know, there's percents here, and typically you look at 84% and you think, oh, you know, we think of scores or something, and that's pretty high. But, you know, for the first one, looking at students, 825 students, you know, indicated that they had, you know, evidently had been teased, and rumors had spread about them. I mean, that's a lot of students. And just sort of reversing that, looking at how many students are being effective, I think that's why this is, really needed. The last one, 73% indicated that there is an adult that they feel comfortable, but 27% feel there's not. That represents 1,392 students, and so I think that's why what you're doing and the effectiveness of it is really, really, really important, because that's a lot of students. Almost 1,400 kids just out of the 5,000. So then how many more is there if you look at, we have 14,000 students or something. It's a lot of students that are in need. So I think it's very important that you continue what you're doing, and of course you know that. That's your passion. So I really appreciate, what you've done so far, and just want to make sure that every school in the district has this up and functioning, and those tier levels, I think is very, very important.
Absolutely. And I can say that I attend all of the PBIS meetings, and the SEL teams, I see them each month as well. So, yes, ma'am.
That's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Other board members who have comments? Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We do appreciate it.
Dr. Buck, I have a suggestion that I would like to give to Dr. Gordon for his team regarding this initiative. If we increase the knowledge for our students, I believe it could cut back. Some of the behavior that we see is actually criminal, and our students don't understand that you video on a fight and someone is ripped out of a shirt and you share it on social media and it is shared, that's actually explicit sexual crime. They don't understand. They just think, oh, it's hot news off the press. So maybe if we could start touching on the risk factor, because I think it would cut down if students know that, hey, the Commonwealth could really pick up on some of these things if the parents press charges regarding a lot of behaviors that are, being put out there. Like if you're bullying a child and the child winds up doing something to themselves. I'm not an attorney, so I'm gonna be quiet on this one, but it could be a possibly involuntary or something of that sort. So it's just explaining to them the why. In addition to that, it's not appropriate, but it also has some additional consequences.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. I'm sure that's something that's probably covered in their training with the posting, and I know when we served on the pupil personnel committee, we used to discuss that with students when they were posting criminal activity, that there were consequences for the posting as well as for the participation, because that's something that you all are working on. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And to Mr. Riddick's point, that is the next step. The first piece that the Student Services Department completed was awareness. So now that the awareness is there, now that we have the data, they now know what strategies to pinpoint. And then Dr. Rice, Mr. Boone, and Mr. LaFave then have refreshers with the administrators and Dr. King with the school counselors, because we can begin to identify potentially who the bullies are. And that's based on the feedback that the kids have. And so the first step is those conversations with their school counselors or their trusted adult. But Mr. LaFave and Mr. Boone are a part of it to let them know on the school side and discipline side, this is what could happen. So we know this is probably going to be, a little bit of a process. This was really about the awareness. Now it's about the strategies based on what the data says, and of course, a reinforcement of those consequences.
Thank you. Thank you all. We're going to end the session at this point, and we will be back at 7 p.m. Board members. Thank you. Good evening, and welcome to the meeting of the Suffolk School Board for the month of November. We want to begin our meeting with just a few housekeeping details. Ladies and gentlemen who are in the audience, there are some things we just need to go over, just reminders. If you are going to be public speakers this evening, when you come to the podium, you may, if you feel more comfortable, take off your mask. In between speakers, we will clean off the podium and clean off the microphone. And then you'll be asked to put your mask back on. If you're going to be in this room, you will need to put your mask on while you're in the room. If you'd like to step out and get a breath of fresh air, that's not a problem at all. You may step out of the room, get a breath of fresh air, and come back into the room and take your seat. I'd like to first introduce you as well to the newest member of our school board. I can't tell from the mask if she's here. Mrs. Howell. Thank you. This is Mrs. Heather Howell. She will be representing the Sleepy Hole Borough starting in January. Welcome to the school board. We've talked earlier today. Before you leave, if you have a moment, I'd like to have you speak to Ms. Gardner because she has some materials for you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And please remember, if you have, when you finish your comments, we try to maintain a level of decorum. Mrs. Gardner is going to read some statements to you. And please listen carefully, because I know that persons who come, you get emotional about your positions, and I understand that. All of us are emotional about our positions. But we expect you to maintain a certain level of decorum. We would like for everyone to be able to stay for the entire meeting and hear whatever you need to hear. But there is an expectation for a polite and courteous level of behavior and deportment while you're in this room. Remember, children are watching. Thank you so much. We're going to begin our meeting, and Mrs. Linda Johnson is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So would you please stand? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have at this time approval of the agenda, and we have one additional item.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask that we add one additional item, an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Article 31, Section 8-31.6, entitled Semester Grades for High School.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda with an additional item being added. Are there questions? Board Member Story? It's the same ordinance that was in about the grading last month and month before this, the second reading of
So it
that.
got-
and
so it was
tabled
left
last-
off.
It's the one that was tabled last month.
Right.
It had to be added again because it was tabled last month.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Board members, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Story? No. Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
At this time, we're going to have public speakers on agenda topics. Public speakers on agenda topics. Public speakers, we're going to hear from the clerk, and then you're going to speak. We'll ask you to stay on the topic for which you signed up. The reason that we ask you to do that is really if you have questions or concerns, we'd like to address those. If some of you came earlier for the work session, you would know that, or if you heard it, you would know that we answered some of the questions regarding bullying and some of the other questions that were brought up at that time. So if you want, you can, of course, that's going to be posted, you can look at that. But, so we ask you to stay on the topic because we try to make sure we can indeed address the topic that you asked to address, you have asked to address. So we're going to have the clerk read a statement, and then I'll call your name, and if you'll come up and then give Mr. Littlefield time to wipe off the mic between speakers.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner. Can you hear me? That all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceedings. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comments but will not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chairman or other presiding officers shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms and at all board meetings. That officer shall, under the discretion of the chairman or other presiding officer, have charge of the board chambers, the board conference room, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administration building, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our first speaker is Margaret Rankin, and she will speak to midterm and final exam survey and finals survey results. Ms. Rankin.
Good evening, board members. Margaret Rankin, 4505 Quaker Drive in Suffolk. I'm happy to see someone has gone back and examined the proposal for the elimination of exams just a bit more. However, I believe it has fallen short in that the presentation you will see tonight paints a very one-sided view to persuade for approval of this initiative, to support the superintendent's desire to do away with midterm and final exams permanently. What you will see are a bunch of pretty pie charts showing 168 respondents, which represents about 1/3 of the staff across those 3 high schools. A majority of those 168 respondents, again, only 1/3 of that staff, support this initiative. However, what the results do not show is how many of those 390 so staff members actually were polled. You see, data is only as good as those collecting it and can be manipulated and presented to support a desired narrative. Impressive words like high standards and expectations for each student in regard to academic performance, co-curricular participation and responsible citizenship are the foundation of our school. That's merely lip service if it's not backed up by objective evidence. Parents, do you believe that eliminating tests holds our students to the highest standards or expectations? The supporting rationale for this initiative during the Policy Review Committee meeting that I attended was merely an emotional response of the 2 committee members recalling their own personal experience with test anxiety. There was no discussion of any studies that anyone reviewed. There were no examples to support improved academics or higher retention of information as a result of eliminating tests. In the presentation you'll hear tonight, you'll see bullet points like curriculum and instruction departments focus on common assessments over 2 years. But will they share those results? It talks about exemptions for students who earn a B or more in given classes who take AP or IB. But what about those students who don't take those exams? It talks about a focus on formative assessments, but again, will we see results on how that's working out? And our formative assessments, which are primarily demonstrative skill usage, is it effective in every course of instruction? There is a slide that brought about more questions for me, which would warrant some more discussion. Let's see if it does the same for you all tonight. It does also cite a case, Paul 2015, that seems to support what I talked about last month. Testing, when done right, leads to effective learning. So why not focus on that? For those of you voting on this tonight, don't be dazzled by the pretty presentations. We should not be excusing students from challenge. Do not be hasty in eliminating midterms and final exams until more evidence is presented to support it. We can't afford failed policies in our education system. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela Kilgore. Read the resolution for appeal. Angela Kilgore.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
I call for a vote of no to this resolution tonight to appeal recent FOIA decisions to the Supreme Court. How many tax dollars are we going to take away from the students to spend on lawyers and legal matters defending this body and this administration? Before voting on this tonight, each of you should be asking yourselves, are we expecting to lose and therefore preparing to appeal before a final outcome is even made in a lower court? Why are we not laser focused on improving the learning gaps and catching up on a year of education that was lost due to COVID? Why are we not laser focused on the safety and protection of our students as a result of recent cases of assault and violence in our schools? Why are we not focused on recent reports of unhealthy food items and the overall shortage of healthy foods for our students? More importantly, you need to ask yourselves, why are we not transparent? Why are we restricting or limiting access to meeting and information about what is going on in our schools? Why are we investing in programs like Discovery Education without properly vetting it through this board? Unless some of you have exclusive insight into it, I can't be sure because it seems to get seem to get my board representative to acknowledge requests to meet with me to hear what's on my mind. And I've heard that from a lot of other citizens who have been at this podium. If you were doing all these things I mentioned above, I would bet you would not have the number of angry constituents you have today. Have you lost your way? Have you forgotten why you were elected and who you work for? Really? It is not the superintendent, as board member Byram alluded to under last meeting. It is every tax-paying citizen in the city of Suffolk. Chairwoman Brooks Buck said something in a previous meeting to the point she didn't feel she had to oversee the superintendent in carrying out his day-to-day duties. I want to remind each of you that is precisely your duty in accordance with the Virginia Code. If not, then why even have a board? Before you vote to spend another dime on tax dollars on a court case defense versus education, you need to think about it and prioritize what you think is more important to your constituents tonight, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Wallstrom. Read Bullying and Cyberbullying Survey, October 14th, 2021 School Board Meeting Minutes.
Good evening, board members. Tonight, I will be speaking about two topics, the Bullying and Cyberbullying Survey and the board's minutes from last meeting. Last month, numerous parents publicly shared their concerns with you about various discipline issues. Since last month, you administered a bullying and cyberbullying survey to just over 5,000 students in the school division. While I appreciate that you gave a survey to glean more information about the issue, I am deeply concerned about how we paint the bullying picture. So tonight, board, I want to share with you some numbers derived from the information in the bullying presentation to encourage you to better communicate a more accurate picture of what is happening in our schools. While you indicated that 84% of students never experienced being teased or having had rumors spread, 825 students, about the amount to fill an entire school, experienced teasing and rumors. While 93% of students indicated never having unpleasant comments, pictures, or photos online, it's important to watch for those 360 students, enough to fill about 10 school buses, who have had these hurtful experiences. So you see a large percentage, even 93% or 84%, doesn't mean there aren't loads of students who need support. All in all, bullying is a large issue that needs resolving, and not by PBIS, restorative justice, or SEL/CRT integrated into academics and instruction. Did you know that more often than not, these programs don't work? Do you know if they're even working in our division? You should. Last month, I provided citizen comments about the achievement data presentation. And after sharing my concerns, Dr. Gordon decided he would publicly and during the meeting negate my comments. He wanted the public to know that what I shared during my citizen comments was not accurate, even though it was. He told citizens to go look at the presentation given by his staff to see that nowhere was there mention of remediation, even though remediation was mentioned several times by his second in command. Dr. Gordon wanted to negate my concern about poor achievement and handpicked a couple of examples to show our students are performing well, which they are not. To negate what I said, he pointed out that the division's 5th grade reading average was higher than the state's. He didn't tell you that the state average was abysmal at 66% of the students passing, and the 5th graders' results only had 67%, 1 percentage point higher. Or that the results for 5th grade did not meet the state's required passing rate. If you're looking at comparisons, it is not ethical to ignore reporting the fact that the school division performed at the state average in reading and below the state average in writing, mathematics, history, and science. That Dr. Gordon continues to highlight only select grade level successes while ignoring the numbers that are used for accreditation should bring you concern. Bringing only the best of mediocrity and averages should be a huge red flag. Because you scored yourselves high in the use of data as a board, you know that comparing the school division to the state means nothing. To further negate what I said, Dr. Gordon even pushed that we should be thrilled with the results because, gee, students were in school for 15 days. When we all know kids had school all year last year, albeit a little bit differently. And yet he acted like the results were from just 15 days of school. He's a con artist. He speaks convincingly, but not necessarily truthfully. A school division cannot improve what it cannot recognize, what it will not recognize. I know you want the best SPS ever, and to do that, the board must recognize and own its issues and commit to improvement rather than trying to paint a rosy picture.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Achievement is not there. Achievement
Thank you,
is SPS's weakness.
Ms. Walsh, Dr. Walsh.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. And once again, we're going to ask that, one, you stick to your topic, two, your issues be germane, and three, your issues be truthful. The fact is, we presented all the data from all the test scores in all the areas to all the public, the weaknesses and the strengths. We do that because that's the only way to accomplish something. The other thing I want to say is that tomorrow, Dr. Gordon, as you go up to Washington to receive from the U.S. Department of Education, I think they're a pretty good measure of what you do, an award for our National Blue Ribbon School, which is around the corner, down the street. I think that that gives a better indication of what we're doing here. We have received awards for several of our schools, several of our programs, and yes, to everyone, we have weaknesses, but we have so many strengths that they cover much of what we do. Now, we can dwell on who didn't do what, but we can also dwell on the fact that our students do quite well, and they are doing quite well. Now, we're going to move on with our meeting.
Madam Chair, I'd like to comment to the speakers.
Just a moment.
Is that all right?
No, it is not.
Why is it? But
one,
you've
I'm still
commented.
talking, and two, I get to do that. Read the rules, please. Mrs. Would you read the rules about who gets to do what right now? Because you just interrupted me as I was speaking.
Well, you were moving on.
Go on. No, just the one that says the chair, what the chair does at the bottom.
At the request, that officer shall, under the discretion of the chair, at the request of the chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board.
Thank you. Now, right now, we're not going to debate this. We're going to move to the next section, but you will have the opportunity to make comments, as all board members do. We're going to move to the next section. That is the good news report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium our Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Ward. She's going to talk about some recognition from one of our students, Asia Powell, great partnership that we have with Discovery Education, something else about Northern Shores, our marching band, the theater festival, our staff is really doing a great job with continuing their education, our elementary, our Teacher of the Year, our Teacher Spotlight, and then I'll close out with the calendar of special events. Ms. Ward?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of our school board. As Dr. Gordon mentioned tonight, I'd like to begin our good news report by highlighting a special senior student at Kings Fork High School who recently received the WTKR Esprit de Corps Student Athlete of the Week recognition, Miss Asia Powell. Now, normally I would share words with you on a few of Asia's accomplishments, but tonight I'll let her interview speak for itself.
Sometimes it's cheering her peers towards success, sometimes it's succeeding herself. This week's Esprit de Corps Student Athlete of the Week wears many hats and seems to excel no matter which one is on. Asia Powell has had people tell her that cheerleading is not a sport.
I think that they're wrong. Most definitely.
But Kingsport Senior would know. It's more than smiling, stomping, and shouting. She's been showing off her athletic ability since a very young age.
I remember doing comp cheer when I was about 5 years old and going to Disney, and ever since then I've been obsessed with cheer.
Head coach Dominique Fink knows she has a rare talent on the team, a combination of hard work, leadership, and positivity.
She picks up the slack of the other girls. You know, sometimes they don't want to come in and they have a little bit of a hard time, and she's that leader.
I like to show school spirit, and I like to cheer on the players, and I also enjoy being around my cheer sisters.
And there's much more to Asia. Her speed speaks as loud as her cheering does.
I also run track, and I'm the captain of the track team as well. I've had the honor of winning not one, but 3 state championships.
I didn't know for a good while that she was just like this amazing track star. I would ask her, and she would, no. And I was like, Asia, you are the superstar.
Leading the pack on the track,
1, 2, 3,
leading the squad in cheerleading. And that's not the only time she'll use her voice.
How great is our God.
The senior has been singing since 3 years old, showering her church congregation with melodies, another thing at which Asia excels. But no matter how much she succeeds at any of her crafts, she's learned to carry herself with class.
No matter how many trophies you may get, no matter what people may say to you, to remain humble, but be hungry as well. Stay determined and never give up. How great is our God.
Asia boasting a hand. Wow, that's right. Asia boasting a handful.
John, can you move back to the PowerPoint?
Norfolk State and VCU. She also excels in the classroom, carrying a 3.25 GPA. Now, if you have a nominee for our Esprit de Corps Student Athlete of the Week, just send me an email at mark.davis@wtkr.com.
Yes, thank you. So what an amazing young lady. One quote, actually, that Ms. Powell said that I truly hope resonates with all of us is to remain humble, but be hungry as well. So that's very profound. Those words describe a true leader who is willing to work hard and get the job done while thinking of herself less and staying focused on the bigger picture. So just think about that for a moment. Thank you, Ms. Asia Powell. Suffolk Public Schools is partnering with Discovery Education. Discovery Education supports our efforts to deepen student learning through real-world connection. They are a worldwide education technology leader whose state-of-the-art digital platform supports learning wherever it takes place. The Discovery Education platform connects educators to a vast collection of high-quality, standards-aligned content, ready-to-use digital lessons, intuitive quiz and activity creation tools, and professional learning resources. The introduction of Discovery Education's digital services into district classrooms helps Suffolk Public Schools teachers provide students new learning opportunities, connecting the instruction going on inside the classroom to the world in which they live. On Friday, October 22nd, Northern Shores Elementary held a Harvest Fest for their school community. This was the first event the school held in person since, of course, the start of the pandemic. And as you can see from a few photos shared in the slide deck, our families had a great time. I actually stopped by with my son, and although he's too young to participate in any of the activities, we got some great photos of him out and about before the rain came with some of the students. So it certainly was a good time, Dr. Brooks, but I know that you stopped by as well. There were plenty of activities for children, including carnival games, a candy lane path, a DJ, and the Suffolk Fire Department brought out a few fire trucks, which is always a hit with the students. So a special thank you goes out to Kristen O'Neill, the PTA president, and at Northern Shores, along with the members of her board, who helped to make the event a success. The Kings Fork High Band participated in their marching band competition. They've been participating in their marching band competition since November of 2019, and at the 3rd annual Mighty Marching Bulldogs, they came away with a few awards. First place drum major, second place dance, first place majorettes, second place drum line, and first place AA band. And they were the Grand Champion Award. They received the Grand Champion Award for the highest overall score at the event. Lakeland High School participated in the 2021 VHSL Region 3A Theater Festival. Congratulations go to the following students. Achieving runner-up for Best Actor, Caleb Jones, and runner-up for Best Actress, Angel Lambasso. The Cavs received 3rd place Cavalier Troop under the direction of Lauren Red Ertkin. Please congratulate the cast as you see them. Angel Lambasso, Caleb Jones, LaKayla White, stage manager. Arnaya Smith, a part of the tech crew. Isaac McIntyre, also a part of the tech crew. Jordan Copeland, Abby Moraine, Trinity Telefero. Shawnice Johnson, who learned her part in 3 days. Layla Ertkin, who actually is from Forest Glen, and Chandra James. Now, this is a new recognition through our Community Engagement Department, and we know that since March, education has been flipped upside down, turned sideways, crisscrossed in every which way you can name. We know that we are lifelong learners. However, we also know that learning can require a lot of hard work, dedication, and commitment, and adding a pandemic to the mix certainly increases the challenge. Nonetheless, the goal of this recognition is to highlight the great achievements that our staff are making while providing examples to our students to see that teachers and administrators are working just as hard as they are to pursue their education. We want to commend those who have earned a bachelor's, master's, or doctorate degree at any point in time last year, being the spring of 2020, the summer of 2020, December 2020, and of course, spring, summer of 2021. So I'd like to begin with Ms. Albernice Harmon, who is the teacher assistant teacher assistant for special education at Hill Point Elementary, and she also teaches first graders enrolled in the SPS Saturday Academy. She received her Bachelor of Science in Interdisciplinary Studies in Education. Ms. Tabitha Evans, second grade teacher at Florence Bowser, received a Master of Science in Educational Leadership. Eugene Johnson Jr., safety monitor at Florence Bowser, received a Bachelor of Arts in Religion and Philosophy. Ms. Rona Presley, second grade teacher at Florence Bowser, received a Master of Education in Higher Education, Educational Leadership. Dr. Shaka Miller, assistant principal at Kings Fork High, received his doctorate in Educational Leadership. I myself received a Master's of Arts in Strategic Communication. Leonardo Barbosa, Dean of Students at Hill Point Elementary, received a Master's of Science in Education with a concentration in Administration and Supervision. Ms. Jasmine Moorhead, paraprofessional at Hill Point, received an Associate of Science over the summer, and she's currently enrolled at ODU, majoring in Social Sciences to pursue a bachelor's degree in education. Ms. Kim Hernandez, Title I paraprofessional at Hill Point, received an Associate of Science in General Studies. Ms. Tamik Sawyer at Oakland Elementary received a Master's of Arts in Teaching for Elementary Education, and Ms. Chantel Hester received her Bachelor of Science. So with these acknowledgments, we want to tell our students that nothing worth having ever comes easy, but to stick to it, keep trying, and keep pushing, because the reward is greater than the challenge. Ms. Angie Salerno, the art teacher at Kilby Shores Elementary, received the State of Virginia Elementary Art Education Teacher of the Year Award. Ms. Salerno has been a dedicated employee of Suffolk Public Schools for the past 28 years and has remained at Kilby Shores Elementary throughout her time. Both Ms. Salerno and Ms. Sandra Darden were in charge of the Virginia Art Education Association project for 2021. Art teachers around the state of Virginia created wings, which Ms. Salerno and Ms. Darden arranged and painted a background they hung at the Veterans Hospital in Hampton. The final project was unveiled on November 2nd. Ms. Salerno was also elected to the Virginia Art Education Association as State Secretary. And to conclude our good news report this evening, we'd like to highlight our teacher spotlights for the month of October. Ms. Christine Roach Posey from Kilby Shores Elementary, Ms. Cynthia Crandall from Kings Fork High, Ms. Rebecca Knight from Elephants Fork Elementary, Ms. Alicia Feltz from Northern Shores Elementary, Mr. Brian Potts from Lakeland High School, Ms. Sarah Krantz from Creekside Elementary, Ms. Natalie Karakla from Elephants Fork Elementary, Ms. Martha Griffin from Elephants Fork and Oakland Elementary, and Ms. Jennifer Putzig from John Yates Middle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ward, and we are always thrilled to highlight all of the great positivity and good things happening in Suffolk Public Schools. Asia's a star. I need to go get out there to go see Ms. Salerno. That is the highest award. I mean, when Dr. Neighbors and Ms. Banks at Kilby Shores knew that information for a while, but they had to keep it quiet. And for all of our staff that has continued their education and earning additional degrees, including our community engagement officer who has definitely put that master's degree to use. We're so proud of all of your work. You know, Dr. Brown has done a tremendous job of a lot of our paraprofessionals are actually working on teacher certifications right now so that as soon as they're certified, we can actually hire them here in SPS. Those are some of the good ideas coming, and we have some new partnerships that Dr. Brown and Dr. Culp are working on right now. For our calendar of special events, National Native American Heritage Month is the month of November. Daylight Savings Time is actually this weekend when you will fall back on November 7th. Our first early release day for students only will be next Wednesday, November 10th. I want to give a special shout out to the Suffolk Cultural Arts Center and the partnerships. They actually filled up all their slots within days and have already established a waiting list. I was there yesterday. Thank you for your strong partnership, especially with our elementary kids on these early release days. Veterans Day holiday is November 11th, so I know our teachers, as they told me when I was at Florence Bowser last week, they are thrilled that they have their unencumbered planning time on the 10th and then get the 11th off the next day, so they are really feeling that's going to recharge their batteries. American Education Week is November 15th to the 19th. Education Support Professionals Day is November 17th. Also, as a reminder, we have approximately 30 legislators that will be in attendance at our VSBA Take Your Legislator to School Day on November 16th. We have chosen Northern Shores Elementary School to be our site for obvious reasons. I know that Ms. White, she's already in Washington, D.C. at some of the opening events for the Blue Ribbon School. Parent-teacher conferences on November 18th. That's also early dismissal day. Report cards will be distributed for marking period 1, so parents, if you have not signed up, please do so as soon as possible. Substitute Educators Day. Our substitutes have went above and beyond the call of duty. I actually met 2 of them in the elevator yesterday. They were so thrilled to be joining Suffolk Public Schools staff. They were going to the 3rd floor to meet with the Human Resources Department to fill out their final paperwork. Fall break, schools and departments are closed November 24th to the 26th. The specific Native American Heritage Day is November 26th, and our next school board meeting, Madam Chair, is December 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. Are there questions?
Yes, I'd like to remove the minutes, please, from the consent agenda.
All right. Okay. Are we ready to vote, board members?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson? Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick? Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Let's move then to, let's make this, we'll put that under the first. We can go ahead and do that. Mr. Waller, we can put the minutes under unfinished business or under new business? Unfinished business? Okay, let's do this under unfinished business. We'll go ahead and, new business. Okay, we'll put that under new business, and we'll make that item 1 under new business. Okay, and then we are ready to move. We added to the unfinished business the tabled motion from last month.
Yes, it's the presentation.
So we're going to have a presentation now on the midterm. The board members had asked under the topic of midterm and final exams for more information when we tabled that. So we do have some more information for board members.
And before Dr. Davenport gets started, to piggyback on what Dr. Buck just stated, at the last meeting, Mr. Riddick had asked for staff to come back with additional information. So Dr. Davenport and the teaching and learning team actually put out a survey to our high school teachers, secondary staff. And one of the things that we want to make, or just reiterate to the board, is a couple of things for the timing of this. First, as the board has waived exams last year and this year, part of the reason why we're bringing this back to you all today, that's now been added to the agenda as an action item, is because our rising juniors and rising seniors next year would not have taken exams for their first 2 years. We also want to keep in mind that our program of studies, our course of studies book that students and parents actually use to guide their choices for classes actually comes out in January, and choices begin in February. So part of the reason why we need to make this decision, why I'm asking the board to make this decision, is to make sure that our course of studies book actually aligns with that principle. We want to make sure that we give our students every opportunity to be successful. I've asked not only for Dr. Davenport to share these survey results with you, but the information that she shared the last meeting, including some key terms, we've asked her to include that. That was also uploaded to ESB. So I will turn it over to Dr. Davenport, our Director of Curriculum Instruction.
Good evening. I want to start with the way the survey was sent out. Due to the quick turnaround time because of the moved up board meeting, we did send this survey out. We had it out for a week. It was shared through the Curriculum and Instruction Department with all departments in all levels for high school. So all departments' content areas were included in this. And the survey was sent out as an anonymous voluntary survey to teachers. We did not want them to feel like they had to complete the survey if they didn't feel compelled to. It was sent out on the weekend, and then it was shared again in the middle of the week to get additional results back. So the responses that you see, the 168 responses, were all done by teachers of all the levels, and you can see there the difference from each building that was shared there with Kings Fork, Nansemond River, Lakeland, CCAP, and Turlington Woods, so we did not omit anyone. Additionally, you see the survey response rates here. You can see each content area is represented. Of course, certain areas have less teachers than others. For example, world languages is a smaller percentage. Health and PE is a smaller percentage because there are less teachers in those departments than science, math, English, social studies, and CTE, for example. So as far as the survey results are concerned, the first question that was asked is, should the exams count for percentage of the semester average? You can see there that teachers felt that for yes, we had the percentage of 37.5%, and for no, you had 38.7%, with many teachers feeling no preference either way. There are quite a few teachers that don't really have a feeling on midterms or finals. You'll see that throughout the survey, that no preference was given, so that teachers did have that option if they did not have an opinion on that. The first set of results I want to share are the midterm exams. We did break them out because they are given at 2 different parts of the year. So the question asked in a regular non-COVID school year, how do you use first semester exams in your instruction? They had the option of choosing from these 4 to identify their key way of using the midterms and finals. So the first one, of course, I review student performance and identify areas for reteaching. You can see there 36%. The majority of the teachers, though, stated that they just use it for a score and input the grades into the teacher grading system. And then there are some teachers that do not give midterm exams, and some do not use them for any instructional purposes at all. The question of should midterm exams be eliminated permanently, you see there 44% said yes, 22% had no preference, and 33% said no. Moving into final exam survey results, these are the same questions, just related to the final exam. And you can see in a regular year, how do you use the final exam? Less percentage, of course, of teachers felt they use that for student performance to identify areas of improvement for next year. The majority of teachers use the final exam strictly for a grade to put in for a semester average. And then, of course, a smaller percentage did not give final exams at all. And then should the final exams be eliminated permanently? Of course, the larger percentage said yes, they should be eliminated permanently, and that was, and the others did not have a preference. Now, with regard to the additional data information that was shared with you, one of the things I do want to point out are some of the things that we are doing in the Curriculum and Instruction Department to ensure that we are assessing students regularly. The first thing is we are not eliminating tests. I've heard quite frequently that we're getting rid of tests. We are not eliminating tests. Students still take regular tests in the high school courses. One of the things that has been mentioned is the common assessments. And we have had a drive in the last few years to increase common assessments because at the state level there has been a push for balanced assessments. And you will see in the information sheet, I do believe it's in your board book, is that correct? You have the chart from the state, and that is the chart that was put out this year to help guide divisions with regard to balanced assessments. And you can see in the chart, one of the things that is driving this is a desire by the state to make sure that students are being assessed regularly, but that assessment is being used to drive instruction, not just assessing for the state of assessing. And so one of the things that we are doing with common assessments is that our common assessments are actually geared towards the skills that students are learning right then. So as a teacher, they can give a common assessment that has been developed by the division that is aligned by the state. The state has actually given us, for example, in the area of math. And so teachers can use that to determine if a student has mastered a concept, and then from there drive their instruction either for remediation or acceleration, and continue to plan using that data. At the conclusion of that, teachers are encouraged to give unit assessments, which we do still have some division-wide unit assessments that cover larger chunks of information. For example, in the area of math, we have the most assessments because the state has actually provided numerous assessments in the form of summative and formative assessments for students. And so teachers are to use those assessments to drive instruction and then test at the end of the unit. One of the things we encourage is multiple quizzes, then tests, then quizzes, then tests. In addition to formative assessments, which are daily things that teachers would do to do quick checks to make sure that students are learning each day as they go through the material. Another thing I do want to point out is that it's important that students receive feedback with their learning, and the one thing about final exams is that there is no feedback given to students, it's strictly a grade. And I have heard quite frequently that colleges giving final exams prepare students for college, which has not been proven. If you look at the information that I have given to you with regard to College Board and what colleges are looking for, they're actually looking for students to be able to have those 5 C skills in order to be able to be successful in college. So one of the things that they are interested in is problem solving, critical thinking, being able to do in-depth performances with regard to the expectations that are required for them, and also to make sure that they understand how they learn. And using tests such as midterms and finals do not prepare students in any way to be better at college than giving common assessments, unit tests. Really, we are preparing our students to be able to be problem solvers. Project-based learning is another thing that we are also focusing on, and project-based assessments are actually given in a lot of our college-level courses. Project Lead the Way, IB, AP, CTE, all of those types of tests are actually designed around what a student needs to be able to do. And so our students are taking a range of assessments on a regular basis, and the curriculum and instruction team does not feel that including midterms and finals, which are 1/7 of a student's grade, are adding anything to our daily instruction. And so we want to make sure that we are not over-assessing students, but we also want to make sure that we are assessing students enough to be able to drive instruction. Any questions?
I have the question that I usually ask, okay? How many people were eligible to take the survey?
I don't have the full number. I think Dr. Gordon knows how many teachers we have total.
Yeah, amongst our 3 high schools, and if you add secondary at Turlington Woods and CCAP, it's approximately 350.
So we have about 350. So we got almost half of the teachers who were eligible to take the survey. And for an online survey, it's about 33% that we consider appropriate. So we did well with this, and we captured the opinions. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and we did capture teachers in all departments, which was really the goal, and a pretty good representation of each school as well.
Thank you. Other questions from other board members? Board Member Stewart.
So one of the things I see both on midterms and semesters, you have the green dot that says, I do not give them. So far in our district, we haven't eliminated them. Why would we have that high of a percentage of teachers not giving them?
So one of the things, and you will see that in the information that we have allowed, is for teachers to have students be exempt from final exams with the B or better. So in some of our classes, a lot of teachers have chosen, in AP classes, for example, students take an AP exam in May. A lot of those teachers choose to use the AP exam as their final because those students will most likely be exempt at the end of the year. And some teachers just choose not to give exams. They make them exempt, they give them projects, and they don't issue them on the last day.
So it seems they are still giving an exam, but just in a different way. But they are giving them, and they are putting a grade. Are they putting 0 in for the midterm exam? Because that's in the grade book. Do they put a 0 there? Do they not fill it out? What do they do?
It depends. Some teachers do not put anything in for that. So they can leave it blank, and it will calculate based on what information has been put into the grade book.
So I didn't know that the board had given that as an option to enter no score whatsoever. We still were to give midterm and exams. How do teachers just decide that they don't have to do that?
So if a teacher has exempted a student, they don't put a grade in. There is no grade issued when they're exempt.
So that would be, I can understand a student being exempted, but a class being exempted, entire class, I mean, I think that skews these results. If you give, I don't give them, I think that's a concern because we haven't eliminated them yet, and they should be, and they were given, do you exempt your whole class? Do you, I mean, even AP or IB, yes, they may use that test, but they still put in a grade for the exam, right?
Right.
Right.
They do not have to put a grade in for the exam. If they do not give an exam, a grade is not entered into the grade system.
Okay.
So that is a separate category in the grade book. It is not a actual part of the regular 9 weeks because it is 1/7. It's a separate entry into the tax
I know
system.
that, but it
Right.
just entering nothing, then those kids are being, if you don't put anything in, then 1/7 is not being calculated, or the computer knows that it's not a 0. I don't remember ever being given an option to enter nothing in that column, but I'll move on.
Okay.
I don't understand.
When a student is exempt, no grade is entered into. So on a
Okay, and I
report card,
understand
there would
for
be
a student.
there would be no grade. So
Right.
a teacher has to enter each grade individually.
So,
But I think that it doesn't say here, it says, I do not give them. And I think that's different than exempting, and I think that has some skewed results. Another thing I would ask about, the idea of, where is it? So, just a minute, I'll find it. I feel that I know that there's a rush here, but I don't like the rush. I don't think that we should be making any decision rushed when we could have done this all summer long. And I think this is a huge decision to eliminate it permanently, or at least as long as there's the votes for it. But I don't understand that. I don't think that's the rush should not fall on us to make a rush decision and to have to vote on this without a second reading. I think that goes against our policy, and I don't think the board should have been put in the position of a rush. And I'm not addressing that to you, actually. I'm addressing that to everybody, because that's not on your plate. I do think only 1/3 or a little half. I wish we had gotten more. And I think sometimes teachers don't fill them out because, as you know, I think you would agree with me, they feel it won't make any difference anyway. And so that often is a reason that we don't get as good a response as I think that we normally would have. I think the other thing that concerns me is that midterms especially can definitely be used, maybe not the end of the year, but midterms can be used to assess what students have learned through all those formative assessments or not. And we had 56% or no for midterms that don't, there's a high percent, 45.2% of teachers that are not using the midterm as a means to assess.
Well, I do want to address the midterm in particular in the aspect of, I think we're getting caught up in the term midterm in 1/7 of a grade versus providing a summative assessment, which teachers can still do. So teachers still may use a cumulative test. It would just be counted as a test, not a midterm, which would be 1/7 of the entire semester. And so teachers have the autonomy to determine if they wish to give a cumulative test or a unit at the end of a semester, at the end of the year. They still will have that option. It will be calculated like a test within the grading system. It would not calculate as 1/7.
You know, going forward, I understand what you're saying, but this says that I score and input the grades and I don't review the student performance. And that's something I think that is then we are falling short in helping teachers use that because you gave that as an option. And so it indicates that.
And I will state that a lot of the questions were based on practices that teachers had shared in our focus group that we met with last year, which were the department
Right.
chairs in smaller groups.
One of the things that I think that we need to make clear is that for the past 2 years, we've already approved this. So it's probably why we see that teachers don't give it, because they've been approved not to give it last year and this year. It might not have been the case when the policy was in practice, so they didn't violate the policy. They just haven't been doing it in the last 2 years because we haven't. They've had approval not to do it.
Madam Chair,
This is for the next year. Yes, sir. Mr. Board Member Riddick.
although I understand your explanation, I do have a difference of opinion with that, but I do have several questions that I would like to ask of you, Dr. Davenport. The first question is, who is responsible for doing the legwork of a performance-based assessment?
It depends on the content area, and it depends on what you're referring to. So for example, in some of our grade levels, we have PBAs, which are performance-based assessments that are designed to replace SOLs. So those have been designed by the division because they have to meet certain state standards to substitute for an SOL. Individual classes, teachers can also use PBLs or PBAs, depending upon what the content is, to assess students. So teachers can create their own. Teachers can use some that have already been designed within our instructional resource design, and they can also use ones that they may have gleaned from other curriculum materials that have been provided in the past.
Okay. My follow-up question is, how will this be implemented?
How will what be implemented?
We're moving from
The
doing
project-based learning?
midterms and finals to project-based. So how will project-based assessments be implemented in our division?
So they are actually already implemented. We do have them in quite a few areas already. One of the things that is unique about project-based and performance-based assessment, and I do want to note they are different. There are different types of assessments. So project-based learning is the way that you teach the content, and performance-based assessments is the way that you assess the content. So students could go through project-based learning and at the end have a performance-based assessment where they would actually do something, perform something, create something that would show that they mastered the material that they learned during the problem-based learning or
So,
project-based learning.
I get the point that it's in process in some areas, but we're talking about eliminating all and going to this type of assessment.
We're not
if I'm
talking about
understanding it
eliminating
correctly.
all assessments.
No, I
No.
believe you're misunderstanding me. I'm talking about the final exam and the midterm exam, because when I've asked questions before, that was what I was believing, because that was the response from you all that I was getting. So for my clarity, are we asking to eliminate the final for all high school subjects and go to a performance-based assessment? Or are we saying that it's going to be for some and not for all? I want to make sure I'm understanding you first before I ask my other questions.
So the elimination of the midterms and finals is not necessarily going to be substituted by another test. What we are advocating in curriculum and instruction is the movement from focusing on one central test at the end of the semester to multiple assessments throughout the 9 weeks or the semester so that students can be assessed as they learn. So they could culminate in certain areas if it fits with a performance-based assessment, or it could culminate in project-based learning throughout the semester. It really depends on the content area. Okay. So I can give you for example, service learning is being implemented in the government classes this year, which is more of a project-based learning that they will be going through. They will be creating a project as they go through the curriculum and the material that aligns to some topic related to government. And so with that, that is more project-based learning. So they won't necessarily have a full assessment, but their learning will occur throughout. And so they will be measured as they go through by the teacher to make sure that they understand how to do a service learning project and to identify a problem in society and to identify how they can solve that problem. So there are different avenues, there's different ways of assessing. And within the state, they do advocate doing a balanced assessment, which would be a range of a traditional test, like a multiple choice test, which will still exist. We're not tossing those out either. But we will also include more project-based learning for students so that they can actually get hands-on and apply the content in real-world situations to address those 5 C's.
Mr. Riddick, I'm going to ask you at this point if you all would hold your questions to allow some other board members to speak, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
To you and Ms. Story if you have other questions that you'd like to ask. Other board members, do you have any questions with regard to the examinations, the types, the topics?
I have a question.
Yes, Board Member Jenkins.
Dr. Davenport, I just want to maybe make it clear. So as they go through the process, day to day, taking this project base, they are taking tests as they go. Are you correct?
I think what you all are referring to with regard to project-based learning and performance-based assessments is a substitution for something else. This is part of the learning that occurs. So they're going to take regular assessments, regular tests and quizzes as they normally would. They can still take a summative assessment. They will still take in some areas common assessments or what we considered benchmarks, which are, for example, in math, we have checkpoint tests that measure that we have covered a certain unit of material. And so within that, teachers can still do project-based assessments. They can still do other hands-on activities. They can do, for example, in our social studies classes, we have what are known as document-based questions, which are take a couple of days to complete, where students take a piece of data or a chart or something and they analyze it and they respond to it. Those types of activities will be used to drive instruction versus doing one major assessment at the end of the semester or at the end. So they will have multiple grades.
Correct. Thank you. And so is it a check mark as you go? Once you do go this phase, you've learned that, and then you go to a next step? Can you speak on that?
Yeah, let me address that because I think that might be where the disconnect is actually occurring. So when Dr. Davenport is talking about the performance-based assessments, we still have normal quizzes and things that are occurring. One of the things that we've discussed with the teaching and learning team is if a teacher is using their weekly instructional innovation plan, your pattern is normally quiz, test. If they're using a unit version of the instructional innovation plan, that's where you may see a performance-based assessment or a project-based assessment. We're trying to make it so that on average, you will probably see 3 to 4 major assessments for a student every 9 weeks. The change that we're looking at is we're saying that our students, if they've shown mastery on that information, on those mini assessments, on other projects, on their PBAs, why then do we have to go back and retest them again, for example, in February on something they learned in September? To me, that's not fair to the student. The second piece is one of the things that we actually talked about is since we know that we have to do a lot of accelerated learning, we lose a lot of time with exams. We've had half days, we've had other things that we've done within our calendar. One of the things that you all as a board gave me direction on when we first put this in place was making sure that we had some uniformity in how we were going to do this, but also to try to find some ways to regain some instructional time. We think in doing this is the key. Now, I know there's been a lot of conversation about the emotional side and the pressure of what kids have to go through, and that is a piece of it. But we also have to remember our kids have a lot that they were trying to get them to cover. Our elementary students, the first year of COVID, remember, they lost 7 weeks of instruction. And so we're still trying to do some things because the federal government is basically telling us it's 3 to 5 years to come out of the pandemic. So what can we do to show our kids, okay, as long as you've shown us the mastery of the skills, Ms. Story has talked about teacher autonomy. That's why you saw flexibility on the survey, because we have given our teacher autonomy. And as Dr. Davenport has said, a lot of the feedback that came from our focus groups, as well as in the comments section, is part of the reason why she shared some of the information with the board tonight. So this isn't a situation where the decision is being made in isolation. Our staff, our teachers, our specialists, our supervisors, and Dr. Branch and Dr. Davenport led this based on feedback that we got from students, administrators, teachers, and the overall instructional data. We gotta modernize some here. We need to do that.
And I would like to add, Dr. Gordon, one of the things that we have been looking at has been our grading system and what grades reflect. And by doing smaller formative assessments, common assessments, and assessments throughout, that is more reflective of what a student has learned, as opposed to one test at the end that could skew what a student has learned over 6 months, 10 months, whatever, because now we'll know on a day-to-day, week-to-week, how a student is performing and what they have actually learned. So the grades should accurately reflect what a student has learned and mastered versus one test or one quiz or something like that.
Let me, do you all have any more questions? Ms. Story, you were looking for a question. I remember when Mr. Riddick began. Did you find your question?
I would have to strongly disagree that expecting a student to remember material that was taught in September to still remember it in February, March, April, or May is unfair. I think it's extremely fair. I don't know how you go on to French 2 if you don't remember French 1. I don't know how you go on to an advanced biology course if you don't remember the regular biology by the time you get 5 months down the road. I do not agree with that at all, and I certainly hope all of our physicians remember what they learn at the beginning of a course to the end of the course. Courses build on one another and information, and it is extremely fair to expect students to remember what a teacher is teaching in September by the end of the year, or why bother? This makes no sense to me, and I think that when, say at CCAP, when they go to take a licensure for any of our classes there, they're expected to remember what they're taught at the beginning of the year and the end of the year of how to do something very technical. And if they don't remember, they don't get the license. So I would have to disagree with that. In terms of test anxiety, I want to say that test anxiety can be overcome and can be taught to be overcome. And if you look, just Google Mayo Clinic, everywhere they have multiple ways that you can help students overcome test anxiety. And that should be done at this level versus the college level, because they're not going to have that kind of resource and time and help. And those courses cost a lot of money to repeat. I think that they should be learning those skills here at the middle school level, at the secondary level. That's part of what we should help them with, is test anxiety. That is a study skill. It's a study skill that should be acquired. And IB is not going to eliminate their tests. AP is not going to totally eliminate their tests. And
I think that speaks to our point of eliminating finals and midterms, because they are taking AP exams, CTE credentials, they're taking SOLs, they're taking other standardized tests.
That's an exception, but I still don't feel that we need to eliminate exams. I will rest my case.
Thank you, thank
I will
you.
rest my case.
Madam Chair.
Do you have a question? Okay, I know we all have comments, but do we have a
Madam
question?
Chair.
Yes,
Oh,
of Ms. Dr. Lawson Davenport. Do we have a question? Because I can let her sit down and we can discuss this when we get ready to
well,
vote. Do you have a
I
question?
do actually have a question, but I need to get clarity on something. I'm trying to exercise my right as an elected official. And my question is, did we already waive the midterm and final for this school year that we're in?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So now my question to you, Dr. Davenport, is what is so pressing that we have to make a decision right now?
So there are some processes, as Dr. Gordon mentioned. There are quite a few materials that have to be updated, and making sure that those materials are updated and shared with parents in a timely manner to ensure that that material is put out when they do scheduling. In addition to, there are adjustments that have to be made within the system. For the tax system, that has to be done at a certain time as well. If it is eliminated, what it will be allowed to do is go into effect in time for summer school, because that also affects summer school as well, because I'm not sure if the waiver applies to summer school or the school year. I don't know when that waiver will go into effect, but making sure that we have enough time to prepare for it moving into the future and to notify teachers as well.
So does the waiver go into effect for summer school?
The waiver would encompass summer school because that's actually a part of the 21-22 school year. But to Dr. Davenport's point, I just want to reiterate what I said as she was coming to the podium. Your course of studies, your planning guide comes out in a couple of months. If we were to delay this decision, again, because this technically does serve as a second reading based on Mr. Riddick asking us to bring additional information, this means that, let's say hypothetically later on in the spring, that you all decided to then eliminate final exams permanently, we would then have to go back and change the course of studies book, let our students and parents know that your percentages are going to change. I think part of the concern that we're having here is, again, your 9th and 10th graders, when they're rising juniors or rising seniors, they haven't taken exams for 2 years. And we know that 11th and 12th graders, for example, that's their primary years that helps them for their high school transcripts to figure out what they're going to do, going to college, et cetera. Do we want to set our kids up for an additional test? And one of the things that Ms. Story had said is AP is not going to change. That's not true. AP has also changed. I mean, we have to be able to take a look at what ETS is saying, what Praxis is saying, what the colleges and universities are saying, what our State Department of Education is saying. We're not doing this just because Dr. Gordon thinks tests are too hard. No, we're doing this because the 5 C's that we have up here on this slide tell us we need to change our assessment strategies. That's everything that Dr. Davenport has explained to you all last month, as well as put into the handouts here. We can have, differences of philosophy, but the fact of the matter is making this adjustment actually will put us in more compliance with what the State Department is telling us for assessments, PBAs, performance-based assessments, project-based assessments, while also giving our kids a greater opportunity to show their skills and not having one test that counts 14% of their grade kill them. I mean, that's just the biggest thing, the percentage that we have. And Mr. Riddick, you had mentioned that last month, talking about we potentially would adjust the percentage. You still have students who just don't do well on that test. They've shown mastery of those concepts for 18 weeks, have an A in that class, which is the reason why we've had exemptions that we saw in the data. Why would we then jeopardize that potential grade and have it drop 14% just because it's something that we've always done? To me, that's the part that doesn't really make a lot of sense, which is part of the reason why I brought this to the board again.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Thank you, board members, for your comments. Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, I'd like to make a recommendation that we approve Article 31, Section 8-31.6, semester grades for high school.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I will second it, but I'd also like to make a comment with my second. It was said earlier that we were at the policy committee, and I was with Vice Chair Byram that day because you were not able to be there. And I'm the one that made the comment about my experience. It was not an emotional thing. It was a fact. And to me, I do not believe that one, and I don't believe it means that you have not mastered, because you go on and you do go to Spanish 2, 3, 4, and college, and you do fine. But I do not believe that it is one test that's going to take you down, and I don't see the purpose in it, especially, I think Dr. Branch has stood here for twice now and given us all of the ways that the students are tested and that they are mastering. The truth of the matter is, one of the board members said during the earlier meeting today that, you know, we're stuck sometimes in the old way of doing things. We always want to do things the way we always did, and we think that's the only way. I don't believe that, and I do believe that all the indicators, and I have read the studies that Dr. Gordon's referring to in the last month, and I do agree that that is the way it is going, and that is the way, and we do have to go with time, or our students will not be as competitive at the end of the day.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded.
Madam Chair, I have a
that we
discussion
approve
on the
this.
motion.
You'll just let me finish my sentence, and she made comments, I'll let you have a question.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Riddick. You have a question?
My discussion on the motion is, I believe we're moving too fast. I believe we're I believe we're moving too fast. I don't see, and listening to what Dr. Gordon said, you're talking about the percentage is the problem. Okay, then let's adjust the percentage. If we're talking about eliminating something long-term, listening to the board, there were a lot of board members, other than myself, who misunderstood what you all was presenting. I feel that the board is not able or shouldn't make that decision tonight. I can't make a motion because there's already been a motion on the floor, but I would, if we could take this under consideration and make it our first reading and come back later in December to a second one. That's not amending the motion. I'm not making a motion on the floor. I just feel that we are making a decision in a rush fashion. And if each board member would have to defend the decision that they're being made, I don't know if we will have a solid defense for it yet. And that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. And I do believe in moving with the times, but that don't mean we have to rush and make a move.
Thank you. Other comments or questions?
I have one.
Yes, Board Member Story.
You made reference, I think, to the fact that the survey taken was done in the context of COVID. Did I understand you?
No, ma'am. I made reference to the fact that for the last 2 years, we haven't done this. We've already made the approval. We approved this for last year, and we approved it for this year, so it's already not being done. And if the grades were not entered, they've come up on the computer or already been calculated. So it's when you were talking about teachers not choosing not to do it, that in the survey, that may have been the reason why teachers responded with, they don't give them, because it was an option for them.
Correct, but if you look at the slides of the survey, and I assume that they read, I know they did, it said under non-COVID, under a non-COVID situation, have you not given exams and tests?
I said it could have been, Ms. Story. I may be wrong.
Okay, thanks.
Now, are we ready to vote? Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
No.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Vice Chair. The next ordinance is.
Madam Chair, I recommend that we approve ordinance 21-22 21 through ordinance 21/22-38.
Madam Chair.
Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? These are all of the action items. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
There's a second. Now, is there a question? Are there questions?
Yes, I would like to pull out ordinance 21/22-21 and ordinance 21/22-35.
That's 21. And item number 2 and item number 15. Is that 15 and 25? 2 and 15. Oh, I'm sorry, you had the other.
Yes, but you're right, it's 35 and 15.
Okay, all right. With the exception of 21/22, 21/22-21 and 21/22-35, with them removed, and we'll vote on them separately.
I would like to also have one removed, please.
Okay.
22-37.
22-37.
I'm sorry, -36. I'm sorry, 22-36.
Okay, 22, that would be numbers, is it number 16 on yours? 17 now,
Yes.
okay. So that'll be taken out. So with those exceptions,
I'm sorry, I just need to be clear. That was ordinance 21/22-21, 21/22-35,
yes.
and 21/22-36? That's it? Okay, thank you.
Board members, do we understand the motion's on the floor and it's been seconded? Are you ready to vote?
So this covers 21/22-23 through 21/22-34 and 21/22-37 through, I'm sorry, hold on one moment.
No problem.
22-38. So your motion, I just want to be clear.
With
So
the
your motion is-
adjustment,
I'm sorry.
would cover all of the ordinances with the adjustment of, with the exclusion of, these will be taken separately, ordinance 21/22-21, ordinance 21/22-35, and ordinance 21/22-36.
Okay.
Okay?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, now we'll take each one separately. Madam Vice Chair.
Ordinance 21/22-21,
Are you moving to approve?
moving to approve.
Okay, is there a second to approve this ordinance? Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Okay, there's a second to approve that ordinance. Are there questions, Mr. Riddick? Would you like to speak to that?
Yes. Regarding that motion, I would have liked to have the opportunity to be able to add to that ordinance that we include a requirement that students sit no more than 2 students to a seat when being transported on a school bus. And my reason for that is we were told in August that students would not sit 3 to a seat and that they would be spaced. I was appalled and disgusted when I found out that that's not what was being done. We have elementary buses sitting 3 to a seat, and this board knows better than anyone else about the amount of COVID exposures we have had in our school system because we get the emails. And it was a blatant, it was, got to call it what it is, it was a lie. You told us one thing and did another. And I can talk from experience. I had a family member who contracted COVID-19. He was exposed by a teacher. Had this young man was not parent pickup and got on a bus that was sitting students 3 to a seat, could have been disastrous. We are still in a pandemic. And when I suggested this policy to the Policy Review Committee, it included that language. What's submitted before us today is not what I submitted to the Policy Review Committee. It was re-altered at the committee level. And I understand why. But for the safety of our students, I think we should have that part aligned with that ordinance, that students are not allowed to sit more than 2 to a seat during COVID-19. And that's why I wrote the policy, because I didn't want to interfere with the day-to-day operations. I wanted to do governance, but my governance was reconfigured.
Okay, and it was reviewed by the policy, so are you asking that they review it again? Or,
No.
As I understand the discussion went, and I'm not sure, are there any other board members who want to speak to that? Because as I understand the discussion went, that this way, there was a choice as to whether you would leave children at school when the buses were overloaded or when people were out, because we had 6 drivers out one day. Would you leave students at school if you had to put more students on the seat, or is it planned? Is it a scheduled setting so that there are 3 students on the seat as a regular bus, or is it that in cases of emergency, you put the children on the bus and take them home, so you decide whether to leave them when it's the second run or whether to put them closer together if it's the second run? And I think that's what we discussed last month with regard to that's why the students were on the bus. So I'll let the policy representatives who were there, I was not there for that meeting.
I think Dr. Gordon clarified on that, and he said that we have many bus drivers who are absent, and they have to do double and triple runs and so forth, as Chairman said. And therefore, rather than letting the children remain at school and maybe get home, 2 or 3 hours after school is dismissed, that has been the option that has been followed, allowing children to sort of double up on the bus so that they can get home in a more timely manner. Is that correct, Dr. Gordon?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct, and I think that's probably why Mr. Riddick used elementary school as the example, because that's the area that we're seeing the 3 to a seat.
It's high school too.
I'm going to give a specific example. Right now, we have 11 vacancies, so that's 33 double-ups that we're looking at. This is because one person just retired. We have 3 drivers on workers' comp, 5 on FMLA, and on average, and thank you, Ms. Young, for providing me this information, 84% attendance rate for drivers. So 16%, to use some of the opposite math that's been stated earlier, means that that's when we're looking at these challenges. So the concern was, if we put it into policy and say 2 to a seat, I can literally see some of our drivers saying, telling the administration, telling the school, we don't have enough room to take all the kids home, so these kids are going to have to wait, even when at the elementary level we still have buses being picked up 4:30, 4:45, 5 o'clock. So a school like Southwestern Elementary School, for example, or Florence Bowser that has large routes within their runs, this means that bus would then return 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then the elementary kid gets home at 7. So that was the only reason that we were kind of using that example. Mr. Riddick's point is valid about the concern with the spread of COVID. But until we get fully staffed at the transportation department, until we increase that attendance rate from 84% to approximately, I believe Ms. Younger told me 93 or 94%, and she's shaking her head, until we get to that point, then we can get back to how it was in September. But right now, we're just not seeing that. And so it's a judgment call on the transportation department's side, conversations with Dr. Rice and myself, for us to be able to put 3 to a seat on any buses, just to try to make sure that we can try to stay on schedule as much as possible. That's really the only reason behind it.
Madam Chair, the reason why I bring this up, because in August, when I asked, we were told we were 4 bus drivers short, everything was on schedule. The issue is not just a shortage in bus drivers. The issue is bad routing and bad zoning. That's why I've asked for the last 3 years that we look at our elementary schools and rezone. When you have Lake Kennedy coming out to Florence Bowser, passing passing Booker T, passing Mac Ben, passing Nassman Parkway, 3 schools to go to Florence Bowser, that's a problem. So that's why we need to do a district-wide rezone, especially for elementary school. But I would like to amend the motion to include that students are limited during the time of COVID-19 to sit no more than 2 students to a seat.
Mr. Waller, the motion has been moved and I believe seconded.
You have
Can we amend it at this time?
now need to ask if there's a second on the amendment to the motion. If there is a second, then you can have a vote on the amendment. If there is no second, the amendment dies.
I second the amendment. And I want to speak to it as well.
Go ahead, Ms. Stewart.
I agree that the health of a child has got to take precedence at this point for how this board has always operated. In a majority way, is more important in the end than perhaps the time frame of a child getting home, because they do get home. And I don't see, and I haven't heard, that other ideas are being brainstormed in terms of how to deal. Every district is dealing with bus issues. And we should have been brainstorming ways that this issue could be mitigated. And I do believe that if you would gather people together, that they could come up with, if you would just be willing to hold something where people know they're coming, a round table, something where we ask the public, what can we do? We want to keep our students safe. For now, we have a shortage of bus drivers. How else can we get them home? There have to be other ways to do it other than just buses, just the current buses. I mean, to get them home without 3 to a seat, to me, then let's start paying for some Uber rides. How many are there? No one's given me the data. How many children are not getting home? How many have been left? We committed to 2 to a seat. And to now, when that information is not true, what other things can we come up with? How can we work this problem without putting children in these seats way too close? And going into the winter, it would seem that they're going up. The COVID rates are starting to go back up. So for me, health is important. It always has been. 3 to a seat is not what we were told. And we have to come up with some other strategies because this isn't going to be solved overnight. What else can we do? What else are other districts doing? Let's start talking about, let's invite the public to submit some ideas if we can't come up with our own. And I agree that it would seem within the internals of our district, and I know that Mr. Riddick knows about buses and routes way beyond what I know, but if we do not have efficient routes, then you take whatever time you can to make sure that that happens. That's my opinion. I think we should absolutely pass this 2 to a seat for every level, and then look to see what other strategies we can come up with. How many students are we talking about? We don't even know. Is it 3 that's left behind? I mean, we pay for private transportation for homeless kids to come from hotels. We do that. I mean, we have gotten all sorts of money to deal with COVID. Then let's start doing some of that. We just have to not put kids, I don't think it's even safe in terms of safety to have that many kids per seat, especially in high school. Just, that would be where I'm coming from. I totally support what Mr. Riddick is saying.
Madam Chair.
Well,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
How often is this happening? Is this a daily occurrence, weekly, what?
Is Ms.
That,
Jennifer come forward?
and how can we come up with some type of solution for this?
Well, let me just say one thing. With regard to homeless children, that's McKinney-Vento, we get reimbursed. That's a federal program, we get reimbursed.
I'm not talking about McKinney-Vento.
No, I just want to say that for the public, since
Okay,
that's been thrown out
okay.
there. We can't do Ubers because we wouldn't get any money for that, and that's
against the
not
law.
safe. It's
Yeah.
against the law. So there are some things that are not options for us with regard to getting children home. One of the things, the calls that I get from parents, as a matter of fact, I got a call from Florence Bowser, from a parent the first week of school, with regard to the fact that it was 6 o'clock and the child wasn't home. And we've talked about some students at Southwestern, it's 7 o'clock when the child got home because of a double run, because somebody didn't come to pick them up. And the truth is, we've got faculty members who are staying back with students who have complaints because they've got to get home and get their children. We've got bus drivers who are wonderful bus drivers. We congratulated them last week who come to work. But we have some who actually have legitimate reasons. Family members who are sick. They are sick. There are things that are going on, and we don't have the capacity to do what we would like to do. But we do indeed have those situations. Now, if I had a 6 or 7 or 8-year-old, would I want them to come home at 8 o'clock at night? Or would I want them to sit with their mask on a bus and pray that they got home safely? That's a decision that you have to make. Now, I, for one, would hope that our standard practice is that 2 people are on a seat. I hope that's our standard practice.
It's our goal, yes, we
It's
do.
not.
But with a lot of the elementaries, we
Mr.
do
Riddick.
have to put 3 to a seat. Just because we don't have the drivers to be able to split those runs up to make them shorter. And I'll be more than happy to get those numbers for you guys. If we were to take our runs, break them up to where there's only 2 per seat. I believe during hybrid, that was part of our problem with taking in more kids, was keeping those numbers down on the buses. But I'll be more than happy to take our current routes and break them down, get you guys some numbers.
Madam Chair, and that was something that Dr. Rice stated at that same meeting in August, and she gave the thresholds on how many drivers that we would be able to have out before double runs were going to occur. Students have cars that are provided by the school division for those that may have special circumstances, special needs, McKinney-Vento. You can walk, your parents can take you, you can catch the bus. Those are the only options we have. The second piece is, as we all know, this is a national, statewide, whatever you want to call it, bus driver shortage. That's part of the reason why we added an additional incentive last month for those ones that came. So to ask for a public town hall would have the parents tell us, like they told you all and me the entire month of September, why is my child getting home so late? That's what we heard. So we can't solve getting home late and only putting 2 to a seat. You can't do both. You just can't. Now, I know that Ms. Young she's driven buses. Our other supervisors have driven buses. That was something that Mr. Riddick and I talked about. He made it very clear to me that he wanted all people in transportation driving. That is happening. We are paying staff, mainly at the elementary level, that is staying late, 5, 6 o'clock. That is happening. But if we were to put this in the policy, this is the concern, because there's only one. If you put this into policy, and we definitely want to make sure that we're protecting health. I don't ever want anyone to think that we're not. What Dr. Buck said about wearing the mask, that's federal level, that's mandatory. If we would put this into policy, the driver would say, I don't have enough room. And then it fluctuates day by day for any of our board members that are concerned that for the schools that have the 3 to a seat. Because this driver might be out on Monday, that driver might be out on Thursday, that's their routes, that's Route 5 over there, that's Route 9 over there. It's not the same one. The charge that we've given to Ms. Young in the Transportation Department is for us to continue to advertise. What Wendy Forsman has done is we are going to increase transportation rates in our next budget cycle one more time to make it more attractive for people to want to drive for Suffolk Public Schools, since we are now have increased our rates on an average of 15% more than any other employee group. More than any other employee group. I want to be clear on that. There isn't that quick solution to this. There's only one solution to this. That's to be fully staffed. That's just the facts. There's one solution, that's to be fully staffed. And until we get to that point, we're going to continue to do some things. I've asked Ms. Young to adjust some routes. Ms. Ward has sent out information anytime that we have a high volume of drivers out. We send that information out the day before. The same thing the board heard was the concerns about how long our car rider lines were. That was all September. That was all September. Now that those lines have gotten shorter because more parents are putting their kids on the bus, then you go into the increased volume on the bus. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not trying to be difficult here. We're not trying to make excuses. There is no lies being told. But you have to be able to adjust and pivot based on what your data says and the total number of kids that's on the bus. More kids are riding the bus now in November than were riding the bus in September. That is a fact. So because of that, you're going to see some routes to have 3 to a seat until we get fully staffed. And we'll put our heads together to see if there's any other incentives, any other recruiting packages, things we're going to do, because I've asked Ms. Young, I know the attendance rates of every driver, because I know this is a concern. But there's not a lot you can do when you have 5 drivers on FMLA. That's 15 routes. What do you do? Chesapeake was on the news for it. Virginia Beach was short 45 drivers. And we're talking about 11. I'm just saying, we have to be able to have some flexibility with the Transportation Department so we can get our kids home as efficiently as possible.
Madam Chair.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Young, or do we?
No, I
Okay.
don't.
All right, thank you, Ms. Young. Now, do you have a question with regard to the motion?
Yes,
'Cause I
I'm
don't want us to
still
get
in
away
line
from
with-
the
I'm
motion,
still in
'cause
line with the
People are
motion.
going to forget what we are even talking about
Right.
and have to have that repeated. Yes.
Yes, I'm still in line with the motion. My main issue is if transportation and having a shortage of drivers was a problem, never once was this brought to the board.
Yes, it was.
And not that I can recall, and I write down everything. In August, when we asked, it was stated that we were staffed and that we was about 4 routes short. In September, there, as long as I can go back to 2011 when I started driving, we never opened school fully staffed. So you plan for it. That's why when Dr. Rice made the statement, I chuckled and I asked again, because there was a plan that Mr. Rivas implemented that had this would have been brought to the board, it could have been made some suggestions on how we can deal with the transportation issue, and that was the Zone A and Zone B elementary school that Mr. Rivas had in place. So I stand by what I said. I do have map proof, and we just can go ahead and move forward.
Are we going to move forward with the motion? The motion, the amended motion, the whatever we're doing, because we'll forget what it is we wanted to vote on. Mrs. Board Member Story, do you have a question or comment, or you want to address the motion?
I have a comment my second time for this particular motion that I agree with, the amendment and the motion to insert this. In terms of seeking the public, and they do come up with some good ideas, I have in front of me that, and maybe it's a franchise by now, it's called Hop Skip Drive expands ride share service for kids to Virginia, DC. It has to do with helping a way to help get kids now that perhaps we will never be fully staffed with buses. Maybe that is one of those things of the past. But there are things that parents and the community may get involved with, and I would assume that, I mean, these are some pretty good entrepreneurial people. There are ways that we are going to have to just think outside the box. And, you know, parents who decide to pick up their children, if they, you know, think about this kind of job share or ride share service. You know, these are some of the things that I do believe that we could help mitigate what might be a trend here going forward, that we're just not going to have drivers. And I would still like to include, you know, some ideas from the public of how this might work. And it was one of my suggestions for finances that we engage in buying more buses that do not require a CDL license. And I think that also has to be something going forward, that we look into those kinds of, that kind of transportation.
Okay. The motion
Here.
had to do with, the amended motion had to do with, I'm confused.
It was two
people on a seat.
Right.
Okay, that's the amended motion. Are we ready
May
to
I
vote, or
speak
did you
to the
want to speak
motion?
to it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Once again, the one policy committee meeting that I went to, this is all about. And, you know, the discussion, no one believes that the 3 to the seat is good. I don't think there's anybody, and I'm sure Dr. Gordon doesn't like it either. And if people are okay, and it's certainly a thing you can try, if people are all right with the fact that the children will get home later, and it will be darker, because now we're going to go back to daylight savings time here in this coming week, you know, if we want to give that a try, you know, that's okay. Again, but all of these ideas, first of all, Dr. Gordon, the information he gave us in August was the information he had in August. And we had 4 bus drivers, correct, that we were missing? 5, okay. Now it's more. I will say, and nobody up here believes that COVID is a problem more than I do. I have been very clear with that from the very beginning. This is a difficult choice, because it's, you know, the children either get home late and you're worried about your children, as you should be, because it's getting dark and all of those things, or, you know, or we put them in the 3 to the seat, which I don't like either option, to be honest with you. I think they're bad options. But again, we're going through something that we've never been through in our lives, and so we just have to work toward it. So, I mean, maybe we should, well, I guess we can't do that. I was going to say maybe we should just put this off for a month and let Dr. Gordon see what works.
If I may,
We have, right now, we've discussed this for now 30-some minutes. We have a motion, an amended motion, and everybody's had more than 10 minutes, Mr. Riddick. Everybody's had more than 10 minutes to discuss it, which is in accordance with Robert's rules for anybody. Would you read the motion out loud again, so we all know what we're voting on?
The motion is for,
It got lost in the sauce somewhere. Go ahead.
it's for ordinance 21/22-21, which is amending Chapter 5, Article 4, Section 5-4.2, entitled Maximum Safety and Efficiency Required, Review of Bus Routes, Traffic Control Plan Required, Superintendent to develop regulations of the policies of Suffolk City School Board. And the amended motion is to sit no more than 2 per seat. Are we ready to vote?
Madam Chair.
During COVID. That's what Mr. Riddick said.
Am I out of?
Ms. Mayo, I'm sorry.
I would like to see what could be done to come up with some type of solution with this, because we always take in consideration the safety of our children, and we know that, and that's important. But Mrs. Story was mentioning about coming up with ideas, ways that we can work toward this. I would like to see us come up with some solutions for this before we go to this a seat amendment. I don't know whether we can do anything or not, to see how it works, or the next month or so, or whatever, before we tie ourselves into this. But I know the motion is on the floor, and I understand parliamentary procedure or whatever.
Madam Chair, point of privilege before.
Do we want to, let me just respond to her, if you would. Okay, just let me respond to her question. Are you asking us to table this?
I would like to see that done, but I don't know, Board Member Riddick, were you getting ready to say something?
Madam Chair, I have a question, I guess, point of order. Was the policy for just COVID, or I thought it was for any pandemic, whatever?
No, he said for COVID when he spoke
I'm
during
speaking of the
COVID.
policy, though.
Yeah, well, that's what he was saying, during COVID season, he wanted that added
Okay,
to the
you
policy.
wanted it just
Because you just
for
said
COVID.
during COVID, is that correct?
The
Mr. Riddick?
policy that I suggested was just for COVID.
Right.
The change that happened at the Policy Review Committee removed COVID and addressed the whole school year. While I got the floor, I'm willing to wait and let's have some discussion with citizens and see what we can make happen, because it's not going to be fixed overnight. However, I mean, if you want to go to a vote now, I'm ready to vote now. But I would like for us to actually have this discussion that we should have had in the summer or in August soon.
Well, I guess.
Could he withdraw
Madam
his?
Chair, if I can. If I
Yes,
can just
please.
say something in here. It is possible to have a motion to table both of these motions that are now pending, the amendment as well as the base motion. So if someone is interested in tabling this until
I am.
next month or whenever you want to table it to, you can do that. The only thing I would caution you about is that if there is a motion to table, and it's just a blanket motion to table, not with any date, without any conditions, it basically dies. So if you want this to be considered on another date, on another meeting, you need to table it so that it will indicate when you want it to come back.
Okay, okay. All right, Board Member Johnson.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if it's in order, I would make a motion that we table this to December 9th.
Okay, is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, board members, there's a motion to table this discussion until December 9th, till the December 9th board meeting. Board members, Are there questions?
just a point
And that
of-
would give us time to discuss some ideas. Are there questions? Questions?
A point of order. We need those motions withdrawn from the floor, and then I believe we can vote on tabling it. But we've got motions on the floor that were never dealt with.
We dealt with the first motion by amending it in the same way, and then we turned around, we amended the second motion, and I think this is the amendment to the second motion. Is that correct?
That's correct. And a motion to table overrides a motion that's now on the floor.
Thank you for that explanation of the point of order.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote? We are moving to table.
Yes. Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
No.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, we are now at Ordinance 21/22-35. This is the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve ordinance 21/22-35, entitled Virginia Freedom of Information Act, Penalties for Violation, School FOIA Officer Training Required.
Are there questions? Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I'm sorry. Is there a second?
I got a question.
Hello, board members. Is there a second?
Oh.
I know everybody's
Second.
exhausted at this point. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Are there questions with regard to Ordinance 21/22-35? Somebody asked that it be moved. Was that you, Mr. Riddick?
That was me. Madam Chair, I want to know if it's possible if we could amend that motion to require training to be every year versus 2 years, and to also extend that to include board members, board clerk, superintendent, board attorney, as well as any person acting in the capacity of a FOIA officer. Considering all of the FOIA litigations, I believe that we want to make sure we're doing our due diligence even when we are no longer on the board and doing so.
So the VSBA has changed this, and that is what was struck through. That's the change in the ordinance.
Madam
So
Chair,
you
if I
want
could,
the
if I
change
could
that's
say
required
something here.
put back?
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes,
the-
please.
The requirement for every 2 years is the state code requirement. And also, the individuals to be trained is also a state code requirement.
Thank you. So that's not ours to decide. That's the requirement from the Commonwealth of Virginia.
That's the baseline. If I'm correct, Attorney Waller, that's the baseline. I'm not recommending that we discard the baseline and say you take your training in 3 years, because then that's a violation against the baseline. What I'm asking is that we take extra precaution and make it yearly, and we open it up to not just that person, but to board members, as well as the FOIA officer and the superintendent and the attorney, to make sure that we are always abreast on what's ever going on with FOIA. That's my recommendation.
Okay. Yes, Board Member Story, are you seconding the motion? There's a motion on the floor. I need a second.
I second the
It
motion.
was already second.
It was second. I'm sorry. Who seconded?
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mayor, I didn't hear you. Okay, Ms. Story, you have a question? To the ordinance, to the first part, and Mr. Riddick had a question. He wanted to amend it. Ms. Story, you have a question? It's not been a second on the amendment? Okay, thank you. It's a second on the original motion.
I didn't second
Madam
the
Chair.
Okay. So Mr. Riddick had a question or a comment. He wanted to amend it. Ms. Story, what was you wanted to make a comment?
We need a second on the motion
For the-
to amend.
I'm sorry, excuse me one second. I didn't realize he was making a motion. He just
I didn't either
was
because he
making a
didn't say it. He
suggestion.
just made a suggestion.
So
So
could
is
he
that a
please
motion,
repeat the
Mr.
motion?
Reddy?
I wanted to have discussion about it. I didn't make it in the form of an amendment
Thanks, Sam.
because I wanted to engage other board members because we have seen FOIA weaponized, and we want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence to be proactive and not reactive. And if that includes an additional training yearly instead of every 2 years, that would be in the best interest of our division. Even if all board members and superintendent and attorney and board clerk and FOIA officer all attend these training. We know. Stop there.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Waller. Do we have the authority to change that?
The code sets forth the minimum requirement.
Okay.
You could always require more.
Mrs. Story, you had a question. Board Member Story, you had a question. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In line with what Mr. Riddick is saying, I have 2 comments. I would like to include perhaps any administrators that have the assignment of, I guess, scheduling committees or something. I don't know if that's something that they should also be aware of so that they don't also engage in FOIA violations, because we almost had that happen twice with our committees. I don't know who's to oversee that, but I think something I'm throwing out there. The other thing is I do disagree with Mr. Riddick on a word he used, and I know the FOIA Council disagrees with it. I know the Virginia Citizens for Open Government disagrees with it, and I know that the court disagrees. FOIA is for open government, and it is not to be seen as something, as a weapon. It is not being weaponized. Legislators put that in place to make sure government is open. It is not a weapon. If you follow FOIA, there's no problem. So that word is not something that any of the bodies who oversee FOIA, including the state legislature, would not agree with that particular use of the word, that FOIA has been weaponized. FOIA just should be followed. And it's for the benefit of all citizens to see their government in operation. So I will take, I wanted to make that clear. That is not how the FOIA law itself sees itself, nor the courts, nor any of the advising bodies see it as a means of being a weapon. It is there for the purpose, and for a very good purpose, of having government open to the people. But I do agree that whatever this body sees fit to make sure that we know it and know it well, and I agree that we can always make it go above the requirements to make sure that we are doing what we need to do. So I don't object to that.
We have a motion on the floor. We have heard comments. If there's no more discussion, we can vote. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Wait a minute, before you start, would you read the motion? Because I think I forgot to say that. This is for ordinance, what is it? Ordinance 21/22, I'm getting confused, -35. You did not make a motion, did you, Mr. Ritter? You just made a comment.
No, ma'am, I just wanted to engage board
Right.
conversation.
Okay. So this is the motion, this is the ordinance that you all have had the second reading on. So would you read that, the title, and then they'll know what it is they're voting on?
Ordinance 21/22-35, amending Chapter 10, Article 3, Section 10-3.5, entitled Virginia Freedom of Information Act, Penalties for Violation of the Act, School FOIA Officer, Training Required of the Policy of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading. And the motion was to approve that ordinance.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
I move, Madam Chair, that ordinance 21/22-36, amending Chapter 10, Article 18, Section 10-18.2, entitled Public Safety and Parent and Student Rights, Interviews by School Resource Officers, Interviews of Students by Law Enforcement Authorities at school about school-related incidents, law enforcement interviews about non-school-related matters conducted away from school, service of process at school, development of programs, report to law enforcement officials.
Mr. Riddick, I believe you asked that that be removed, or was that you? Ms. Story? Ms. Story, did you ask that that be removed for discussion?
I did, but we need a
Okay,
second.
would you like to speak to that?
We need a second to the motion.
I'm sorry, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
It's seconded. So would you like to speak to your concern?
I would. And if those who are, have access to this, this says, and I'm reading on the very first page, it's under section 10-18.2. It's on public safety and parent-student rights, interviews by school resource officers, interviews of students by law enforcement authorities at school about school-related incidents, law enforcement interviews about non-school-related matters, conduct away from the school, service of process at school, development of programs, and a report to law enforcement officials. B says, and I'm not sure, well, I have to read A because there's a pronoun reference. The school board recognizes the need to balance public safety and parent and student rights when it comes to law enforcement officers interviewing students on school property during the school day. With this in mind, the school board adopts the following policy. When acting on their own initiative and authority to further a proper educational environment at the school or at the request of school personnel, parentheses, as opposed to acting upon the request of outside law enforcement authorities, parentheses, school resource officers who are investigating a school-related incident or any incident which may have the potential consequences for the safety of the students or employees at the school may interview students without obtaining permission from parents. And then it says examples of incidences which may have potential consequences for the safety of students or employees at the school include the following: fights between students that may result in retaliation, threats made by a student against another student, gang-related offenses such as assault, battery, and intimidation, and number 4, possession, drugs, and weapons on school property. I disagree with that language. I think parents should always be notified if their student is going to be interviewed on these kinds of serious infractions in a school. It only takes a phone call, it takes whatever is necessary, a text, we have parent phone. A parent should know that they are being called in by a school resource officer and being interviewed, or you could take it as interrogated, on these serious incidences. And I do not think, and it would seem that in the current culture, parents being left out is not acceptable. Parents should know when their children are being interviewed alone with a school resource officer over these kinds of incidences. I don't think this has been vetted. I don't think that parents understand what this language is saying, that they would be in agreement with this. And I do not. I think it should go back to committee. I think parents always need to know when law enforcement is involved or interviewing their student. It also gives a wide berth to, if you read the next part, I think it gives too wide a berth. It says the school official shall, before allowing the law enforcement agent to interview the student, if the student is a suspect or subject of a criminal investigation, then they obtain the parent and guardian's consent, unless extenuating circumstances dictate that this not be done. I don't agree. I think that parents need to be notified, they need to be involved, they need to be part of the process. And certainly in serious things, when you're asking a child to testify against another student and what happened, etc., parents need to know that this is going on with their student. These fights, retaliation, threats, gang-related, these are serious offenses that they are being asked and set apart from the rest of the students and being asked these things. I don't agree that parents should not be notified.
Thank you. Board Member Stewart, that is not the change in the policy. This policy already exists. If you look on the last page for the underline, this policy has already been in existence and already passed a while back. The changes are on the last page under Section G and under Section 8, and the change is constitute a felony offense and under item G, and the change is the school board provides notice and opportunity for public input during each review period for the memorandum of understanding. The current memorandum of understanding is conspicuously published on the division website, adopted January 12, 1995, revised 95, 2013, and 2019, and 2020. Those were already in place. So these are the only changes in the language on that back page.
That's correct, Madam Chair. And this is also in alignment with our current MOU. With the police department. That was the biggest concern that Mr. Waller and I had. And we got to make sure that we're clear on the wording and semantics. Interview is different from interrogation. It says may, not will. Those are the things that allow both the school administration and the school resource officer to have flexibility. And we also have to take in consideration, what if the parent is the actual gang member? Mm-hmm. What if the parent is the one that's committing the crime that leads to the student committing the crime? We got to get off the narrative of trying to put parents against schools. That's not what this policy is saying here. When we had our public comment period with Chief Chandler, this was the thing that was being addressed right here. And I'll defer to Mr. Waller, Madam Chair, if you allow me to, if there's anything that he wants to add, because this was the piece that we went back and forth with on the rights of the student, making sure that the administrator was going to be loco parentis, and to ensure that at some point in time in the process, the parent was notified. May, not will.
Mr. Waller, do you need to add anything? Oh, well, are there any other board members who need any clarification before we move on?
Madam Chair, I just want to point out the fact that the student could also terminate the interview.
Absolutely.
If they don't want to
talk
versus how it was at first. The last policy was not updated since 1995, I believe.
Right.
And when I got on the board, this was one of the first things I brought up. So I know we did put that caveat in there to allow the student to be able to say, I don't want to talk to you anymore, and it's nothing the law enforcement, principal, or anyone else can do.
Right, absolutely. That was one of the things that we worked on very hard with this to clarify. And like I said, the only changes are in the language in the back. Mr. Waller, did you want to make a comment? Any other board member have a question? If not, we're going to move on with the vote. It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
This
Members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson? I'm sorry. Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Under new business, I put the minutes of Board Member Story. You asked that the minutes be removed from the consent agenda. Would you like to speak to your concern?
I would. Thank you. In the minutes, I would like to first give me a chance to bring them up, please. First of all, I'd like to know why there are asterisks beside something I said. I don't see that it refers to anything. What are the asterisks for? Did you move the minutes to be in new business? Yes, they're there. Okay, thanks.
Page number, what?
Yeah, I will. As soon as I can get them to come up. Hang on. Okay. I can. It is under new business. It's on page 6. Why are there asterisks before and after that paragraph? Pardon me?
Regarding the calendar adjustment.
Yes, it says during the roll call vote, and you have an asterisk at the beginning of that paragraph and at the end.
That could be removed. It was just to set it, set it away from the motion that was taken.
Regarding the calendar adjustment.
That's what happened. That's what occurred during the motion.
Is that?
Well,
I could take the asterisks off. That's not a big deal. It's just
an asterisk usually means you're highlighting something that you want people to pay special attention to. No? Or maybe it refers to something at the end of the minutes. I didn't know why those asterisks were there, and yes, I think they should be removed.
Ms. Story, I can clarify for you a little bit if you would like.
Pardon me?
I can clarify for you a little bit if you would like.
No, thank you.
Oh.
I do, thank you. Another thing I noticed, we had a discussion before, and I remember you telling me when I asked why all of our end comments were not being now fully recorded, you said you had gone to training, and that realized that within the minutes, you did not have to explain or write out everything that was said, but just make mention that there was a comment made or something very brief. Do you remember that when I asked you about that? You said you had been specifically to training of how to take minutes, and I had asked why something I had said was not fully written out, and then you explained to me, and I accepted it, that you did not have to do that. But I see that that doesn't hold true for everybody on the board. That now we're back to some people get everything written out, word for word, but yet when it comes to the other board comments, it's just a list, an asterisk list, or I don't know that there's asterisks there, let me be clear, but our comments are just bulleted very briefly. I think that inconsistency I do not agree with. We must be consistent from board member to board member. We each represent a borough, and we each are 1/7 of the board, and one member's comments should not be recorded word for word, and then other board members' comments are just not identified with who said them and in a bulleted list. My comment to this would be that it is another reason. I understand why it might be done that way, because if you're serving two different people, I asked Mr. Waller this last time, this is an example of a conflict of interest. And I think that the board should have their own clerk who serves the board, and then the superintendent certainly needs to have an administrative secretary. But if one person serves both, I think here's an example of perhaps where there's a, I don't know if it occurred because of a conflict of interest, but I do think that these minutes, the way they are recorded, are not, they're just not equitable for even the explanation that we received from the clerk of her training. Board members are not being treated the same. So I would like that corrected. Either everyone gets word for word, or everyone is bulleted.
Madam Clerk, may I address that? Because I believe it's my statement that's a concern, and it was not under board member comments. My statement was with regard to the entire board, and it wasn't about the Nansemond Borough. It was about a case pending that was about the entire board, about the superintendent, and about information that concerns the entire school system. And my statement was a written statement, not comments. It was a written statement, and that was a written statement that was printed because it spoke to what was happening with the school board. That's why it was included. My comments at the end, under board comments, are bulleted, just like everyone else's. I don't know what other comments we're talking about, but if that is the conclusion of your concern, are we ready to vote? Board members. Are we ready to vote on that ordinance? If so, on the minutes. If so, Madam Vice Chair.
I make a motion that we approve the school board minutes as recorded October 14th, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes of October 14th, 2021 board meeting as written. Board members, are you ready to vote? Yes, Board Member Story.
I would like you to clarify your statement, please, before I vote, of why your comments in the beginning were not bulleted.
My comments at the beginning were not comments for the board at the end, and they were not about the Nansemond Borough or comments by the board members at the end, and it was about the entire board and about information that involved the entire school board. That is enough clarification at this point in time. We have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. The next item, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Waller, would you? Or who's going to read that resolution? Are you going to read that resolution, Madam Clerk?
Are we in new business? Proposed
Okay.
courses?
Oh, course proposals, I'm sorry, I wrote over that. Proposed courses, Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. These are new course proposals worked on by the leadership team. Specifically, Dr. Lee and Dr. Davenport are our two contacts on this. A list of proposed new courses, amended courses, and courses recommended for deletions for next year. One of the things that I've spoken to the board about is our phasing out of study halls, and we had some new courses that we actually polled students on. I had some conversations with staff in order to eliminate study halls from student choice options. Our formula was to add additional courses, specifically new electives. So you will see some of those courses actually listed here. Dr. Davenport can go into further detail on the process, any of the course codes, as we're looking to expand high school and middle school course offerings, and 5 courses are recommended for amendment.
I move that we approve the courses as recommended.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the courses recommended. Are there questions or comments, board members? There are no questions. Madam Clerk, would you read?
Board members,
Would you
please vote.
call for the vote? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. And I'm sorry, now, I'm in the right place, I think. 1, 2. This is Resolution 21/22-8. A resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, authorizing the prosecution of an appeal to the Supreme Court of Virginia in the case of Deborah Wallstrom versus Suffolk City School Board et al. You want me to read that? Yes, please.
A resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, authorizing the prosecution of an appeal to the Supreme Court of Virginia in the case of Deborah Wallstrom versus Suffolk City School Board and others. Whereas Deborah Wallstrom filed suit in the Circuit Court for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, against the Suffolk City School Board, Judith Brooks Buck individually and in her official capacity as member of the Suffolk City School Board, and John B. Gordon III, Superintendent, individually of his official capacity as Superintendent. And whereas on September 14, 2021 and September 20, 2021, the Circuit Court heard testimony and received evidence in the case of Deborah Wallstrom versus Suffolk City School Board and others. And whereas on September 20th, 2021, the court made certain rulings from the bench which are being incorporated into the final order, which has not yet been entered. And whereas the school board and individual defendants are desirous of pursuing an appeal of this matter to the Supreme Court of Virginia, and whereas on November 23rd, 2021, a hearing is scheduled in Circuit Court on the petition's request for payment of attorney's fees and costs, and whereas if there is ruling in favor of the petitioner ordering the school board to pay attorney's fees and costs, the school board also requires legal counsel to appeal that ruling as well. And whereas a notice of appeal must be filed within 30 days from entry of any final judgment or appealable order, and whereas legal counsel for the school board should be authorized to take all steps necessary to prosecute the appeal. Wherefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia hereby authorizes legal counsel to take all necessary steps to prosecute an appeal to the Supreme Court of Virginia in the case of Deborah Wallstrom versus Suffolk City School Board and others, adopted this 4th day of November 2021.
Madam Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the resolution as read.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the resolution as read. Are there questions? Mrs. Board Member Story.
Yes, I'd like to take my time to discuss this. First of all, I have a question. Since I would like, I'm wondering why, when this first went to Circuit Court, why did we hire outside counsel rather than just our own board attorney defending this because there was no conflict of interest. This was a citizen that filed against the board and an employee. Why was outside counsel brought in and extra money put on that? And is that going to be the case here, that outside counsel is again going to be paid to appeal this further?
Mr. Waller, would you address that?
This case is covered by insurance, and whenever a matter is covered by insurance, the insurance carrier has an option to bring in counsel, and that's what has happened here.
So it was the insurance company's decision to bring in this particular lawyer?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Then this says that, it says, whereas the school board and individual defendants are desirous of pursuing an appeal. I'm confused with that language. Why would the individual defendants want to appeal something they won? And they were found not to be involved. Why would they want to appeal that decision?
They were sued in their individual capacity and in their official capacity. The part of the case for which they were dismissed from was the suit in their individual capacity, but not in their official capacity.
So would we want to insert that this individual defendants in their official capacity, to keep it straight, versus their individual capacities? Or, I don't know.
I don't think it matters because that's how the suit is titled, and when the suit goes up on appeal, that's how it's going to be listed.
Okay, all right, thank you. Third question I have is, why are we doing this? We have 30 days from entry. Why do it now, prior to the final court date where there's a remedy? Why now?
Because you only meet once a month, and there's the real possibility that the 30 days may run out before your December meeting.
Well, so the hearing is November 23rd.
That's the hearing on fees and costs.
Right.
The order is already being circulated on the hearing that took place earlier. And that order will probably be entered within the next couple of days.
Is there anything that keeps, you're saying what order is going to be entered?
I'm sorry, there's a call for the question. There's a call for the
No,
question.
actually, you cannot. I get 2 10-minute periods under Robert Rules of Order to
If there's a call
have a discussion. No, they
if there's
cannot do that.
Mr.
A
Waller,
call for
Mr.
the
Waller.
question happens when everyone has had their time to
They
speak,
haven't-
not to cut off discussion. And
Miss-
I need to know these things. I'm now part of this board that's being sued. So are you saying I don't have a right to know what we're voting on and what this is? Do all of you know that answer? What order is going to be entered in a few days? I need to know that.
Board Member Story, I asked Mr. Waller if it was okay, if there was a call for the question down here, if it is okay for you to continue to ask Mr. Waller questions about the case because you want some personal responses to your questions while we all sit here, it's fine with me. I'm good. But if there is a call for the question, I need to know if I need to respond to it.
The call for the question cannot be used to cut off debate.
All right? There is no debate. There's just questions to you, but I got you. Your 10 minutes. Go ahead. You do have 10 minutes. And not from now, from when you started. Go right
I
ahead.
have 2 10-minute periods. If there's no one else who wants to,
But there are other people who want
okay,
to
let
talk.
them do it, and then I will come back for my second 10 minutes. That's fine.
Go ahead and stop
Mr. Waller,
arguing with me,
what
please.
order is going to be entered that we're talking about?
The order that incorporates the ruling that made by the court on September the 20th.
So has that been, so from September 20th, we have 30 days? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. It's from the date of the order entry. There is-
Entered.
The court speaks by its order, and the order is what is to be entered by the court. What the court did on September the 20th is made certain rulings from the bench. Those rulings have to be incorporated into a written order which the court will sign. The 30-day period will run from the signing of that order.
And you anticipate that that order is going to be entered in the next couple of days?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Do you have other questions?
I don't have any other questions. I have comments, a comment that doesn't matter if insurance is paying for it. It's one simple ruling. I don't understand why this board keeps on going, but I'm sure it must have its reasons. But I don't have any more questions of Mr. Waller, and I truly appreciate him always honoring both Robert rules and honoring my requests to ask questions. Thank you, Mr. Waller.
Are there other questions or comments? If not, I have a comment. This board, when it is sued, has the right, just as everyone else, to defend itself. Individuals, when they are being sued, have a right to defend themselves. You don't attack people and then expect them not to defend themselves. I don't know where that expectation comes from. I don't even know how people conceptualize that. But when you attack someone, they have a right to defend themselves. Let us move on. We had a motion.
So I will take, since you made a comment, I'll take my next 10-minute allotment,
you said you were done.
please.
Go right ahead.
I'm going to say this again. Asking people to follow FOIA, this is not an attack, and it's not weaponized. It's just asking the board, any board, even city council when it didn't follow FOIA, it is asking any body to follow the open meeting laws. It's not a weapon. It's not an attack. It's just asking us to follow the law.
Madam Chair, I have my comment.
Go right ahead.
I would just like to say, neither is an orange, but it's how you use it. And I'm telling you, I've reached out to the FOIA Council on countless occasions, and there's a response where they state if a person feels they can bring anything up. People misuse everything. People, I mean, let's just be honest. People can take this bottle of water and throw it. This board has been beat left and right, and so has our staff. And we got the right to defend ourselves, and that's why I'm voting yes to take this to the Supreme Court, because I'm tired of it. All because, I'm going to stop there.
Okay, we are ready to vote. This is on the resolution that was read. It's been moved and seconded.
Board
Am I
members,
correct
please.
on that? Board members, please vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story? Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Now, the Legislative Committee report that we heard earlier today. We're going to look at each individual item, and we have already discussed, questioned. We had plenty of time to do that, so what I'm asking you to do is tell me, you've had this information since September and October, so I'm asking you to tell me what you want me to say. how you want me to vote on these 9 legislative positions as a board. And we can take them, I guess, one by one. And if you want, do you have them? Do you want to read them? Will you read them?
Want me to?
Yes.
Item number 1, the fair assessment of limited English proficiency for students. The development of a timely and secure method for divisions to access English language proficiency assessment results to facilitate efficiently and appropriate educational placement for English learners transferring between Virginia school divisions. Expanding the availability of locally awarded verified credits to English learners as deemed appropriate by a student's English learner committee established under the Department of Education guidance.
Board members, we're going to ask you to vote on whether you approve that or not. And so, would you make a motion? And the motion can come from, I guess, the
I
legislature.
make a motion, Madam Clerk, that we accept that one, fair assessment of limited English proficient students.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes?
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next one is education technology funding.
The state should provide funding and technical expertise to address cyber and data security needs of school divisions associated with such data collection mandates.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept that.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes?
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next one is local school boards constitutional authority.
Elected school boards should be treated in the same manner as other elected local governing bodies and boards under the Code of Virginia. The VSBA opposes interference in the day-to-day activities of school boards and superintendents as they perform their constitutional responsibility. Madam Chair, I so move that we approve that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Board members, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Would this mean that you're asking that we operate the same as, like, the Board of Regents?
No, it's not operating. It's just exactly what it says, and the explanation is in the packet you have, and it's also in your book.
It says, should be treated in the same manner? Would that be treated in the same manner as the
in your book.
UVA?
Look in your book. In your other packet, look. Yeah, in that one. And it's already something that exists. There's one line that changed in there. And that is an elected school board, because before, school boards in Virginia were appointed. And so the only thing that changed was that one line.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. The next one is increased student access for internships and apprenticeship.
Increase work-based learning opportunities for students while enrolled in high school to increase exposure to and the exploration of career pathways, including expanded internship, externship, apprenticeship, journeyman programs, service learning, and other work-based learning opportunities, including establishing a tax credit for businesses that host students from high school, technical center, or specialty schools as interns or apprentices in a qualified field that aid students in completing CTE course requirements or in preparation for career certifications. Madam Chair, I so move we approve that.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. The next one is School Board Authority and Governance.
VSBA opposes any legislation or executive branch action that would empower any agency or department of the Commonwealth to alter any school division boundaries within the Commonwealth without the consent of the local school boards of all impacted school divisions. Madam Chair, I move that we approve that.
Are there any questions? I'm sorry, is there a second?
I second it.
Are there any questions? Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo? Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next position is Student Health and Wellness and Safety.
Establishing a state school health advisory committee to advise the Virginia Board of Education, the governor, and the General Assembly on the feasibility of requiring school divisions to provide any additional proposed health care services. The tendency in recent General Assembly sessions has been to impose additional responsibilities upon school division health care staff for the personal health care of students without due consideration for funding such services and staffing requirements. Madam Chair, I recommend that we approve that.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. 21st Century Learning Communications for School Boards.
Expanding the authority of local school boards to conduct electronic communication meetings outside of a state of emergency. The VSBA also supports adjusting the threshold meeting requirement to adjust based on a governing board size rather than the current standard of more than 2 members meeting, regardless of the board size. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. School Facility Construction Funds and Financing.
The Commonwealth of Virginia must recognize that the current local property tax-based funding system for capital projects disadvantages students living in low local composite index divisions, particularly in the area of the STEM education and workforce development. The Virginia Constitution states that all students in the Commonwealth are entitled to public schools of high quality. High quality in a competitive workforce environment must be defined as equivalent to the advantages available to students in wealthier parts of the state. Public schools of high quality must include facilities in addition to staffing because competitive STEM education requires modern, industry-standard facilities. The manner in which inequalities are tempered using
LCF.
local composite index to distribute basic aid for operational purposes is not replicated for capital project funding, leading to a perpetual violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the Virginia Constitution. These systematic disadvantages lead to cycles of inequities that have held back generations of historically marginalized Virginians. Therefore, the BSBA supports legislation that supplements local tax-based funding using composite index as an equalizing factor so that all school divisions can build industry-standard STEM facilities to provide modern workforce development opportunities for students regardless of their race, their ethnicity, wealth, or other demographic characteristics. Madam Chair, I move that we approve.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, and the last one is school facilities funding.
Amend the Code of Virginia to allow all localities the option of increasing local sales tax specifically for the purpose of school construction and major renovation. Madam Chair, I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo? Yes. Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. I will take those with me. The vote is on November 15th. So I will take those with your positions. Next thing is our COVID testing program, and Dr. Gordon, will you?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Mr. Richard Fortune, our Supervisor of Activities and Athletics. He will also be assisted if there's any questions from the board by Sarah Williford, our Supervisor of Nursing, Health and Safety, and Dr. Lee, Director of Secondary Leadership. Mr. Fortune?
Madam Chair, Superintendent Gordon, school board members. Again, my name is Richard Fortune, Supervisor of Athletics. I'm going to try to be brief. I know it's getting late into the hour, but I'm trying to give you an update here on our COVID testing program. Suffolk Public Schools has been paired with the Aegis Company to provide COVID-19 testing to our schools. The Aegis Company, who we've been paired with, will provide and collect parent consent forms. They will provide the testing materials, and they will monitor and manage the testing sites. Sorry, click that lab. Sorry about that. They also will send the test to their labs and report the results to Suffolk Public Schools, to the parent, and the Virginia Department of Health. These results will be reported by email or by text to the parents, depending on how they register with the forms. Key points of testing. Testing actually began this week for our coaches and staff. Student testing will begin next week, November 8th. Letters were sent out to our teachers and to our parents. Consent is required before anyone can test. On that consent, on that letter that was sent, there will be a consent form that the parent must sign and submit to the agency before they can test. The type of screenings that we'll be using is called pool testing. Individual samples are collected and then pooled at the lab. If the results are positive, a quick repeat will occur to avoid a second sample. Tests will be reported within 24 hours, again, to Suffolk Public Schools, to the parent, and the Virginia Department of Health, again, by email or telephone. Fully vaccinated individuals are not required to test weekly. However, if they choose to, they can be tested with consent from the parent. There will be no out-of-pocket expense for the parent. This is an equitable practice for all. Testing procedures. Our Director of Student Activities will be site managers for their school, along with the Aegis Company. The Aegis Company will be our test collectors. Students will self-test with assistance from the Aegis Company staff. For example, we'll have 3 tables set up on our stages at our schools, and we'll have 4 participants socially distanced apart with a medical staff person in front of each table walking each student through the process. Dr. Lee and myself, we went through the process today, and we've passed with flying colors today. Our testing, well, each middle school will be a testing site, including CCAP. Testing will be done Monday through Thursday. Each school has been assigned a day and a time. Also, testing will take place over the Thanksgiving and winter breaks for our high schools. Next slide is just an informational slide for some resources for you. And at this time, we will attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, sir. There are, as I understand it, there are random tests for persons who have had vaccination.
People who have been vaccinated?
Is there a random something for people who have had them, or what will you do?
We have had students who have been vaccinated already.
Okay.
Many of our basketball teams, for example, when this was discussed, they went out and became vaccinated already. So we have quite a few students who've already, on their own, have been vaccinated.
Okay.
Yes.
So they chose to get vaccinated?
Yes,
now,
ma'am.
will they be, over time, will they be tested?
If they choose to. The
If they
CDA,
choose to. Okay.
CDC does not require fully vaccinated people
If they're
to
fully
be tested.
vaccinated?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And will they will, of course, we'll look to them like we look to any other students to see if they're feeling bad or whatever. We ask parents to keep them home, and we do the regular COVID mitigation strategies that we have put in place for everybody else.
Yes, student services will handle that as just like a regular student.
Okay. Are there questions from other board members with regard to the information we just got? Okay, thank you.
I just want to thank the board and Dr. Gordon for putting this resolution in place. I mean, athletes are very excited to get started, and that's one thing that they can relieve themselves on is having athletics. So again, I want to thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have these, do we want to do this? 'Cause this looks good.
That's info.
Okay. No, that's okay. It's okay. I just thought it looks better for a change. Okay. Okay, so we have a report today from the Special Education Advisory Committee. We have a special presentation.
Yes, and coming to the podium is Mr. Godinez, our chair of the Special Education Advisory Committee. The board has uploaded in the ESB the annual report that Mr. Godinez put together. He recently just sent in the PowerPoint presentation that Ms. Hicks is bringing as a copy to the board as well. And we'll turn it over to Mr. Godinez. Definitely want to thank you for all of your hard work in putting this together.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Dr. Gordon, Chairperson Dr. Brooks Buck, and members of the board. I'm Saul Godinez, the chair for your SEAC. The following details the SEAC annual report from 2020 and 2021. Am I driving? Thank you, sir. So as state mandated, the purpose of our committee, and in essence what we do for you, is to provide advisory services to Suffolk Public Schools of needs in the education of children with disabilities. We also participate in the development of priorities and strategies for meeting those identified needs. In addition, we periodically submit reports and recommendations regarding the education of children with disabilities. As well, we assist in interpreting plans to the community for meeting special needs of children with disabilities for educational services. We also review the policies and procedures for the provisions of special education and related services. And finally, we do participate in the review of your annual plan. The majority of our voting membership consists of parents of students with disabilities who are currently receiving services in our division. We have one teacher voting member. Some of our members are also community service providers, such as Western Tidewater Community Service Board. Our consultants include the director and supervisors of special education, namely Ms. Stephanie Whitley, Ms. Julie Masters, Jamila Silver, Kelly McPherson. I have to tell you, all these people are truly doing God's work, and we are grateful for their daily efforts. We also have the Parents Resource Center liaison, we call it the PRC, and that person is Ms. Vivian Evett. What we are missing, however, is a school board liaison. Since the departure of Mr. Mitnick, we have not had anyone of you serve in this capacity. So please consider assisting us in this action.
Just pause a minute, please.
Just a minute.
But are people at home seeing what's on that screen? Are they being able to keep up with what he is? Because I think that hasn't changed.
Okay.
Who's sort of in charge of, can you make sure we?
He is.
Okay.
Oh,
Yep,
good.
just catch us up there so that the people at home.
Good call, ma'am.
Thank you.
So actually,
And if you'll, Mr. Gardinas.
yes, ma'am.
There's one other thing. The reason that you don't have a school board liaison anymore
Yes, ma'am.
is because our board changed the policy. There had been a person who came from the school board before, and the reason you don't have one is because you are an advisory committee for us. You're supposed to be giving us information, and we're not supposed to be there telling you what to do, and that's why you don't have one, because we did change the policy to, I think, the year before Mr. Mitnick got off the board. That's why you don't have a person.
Right. Again, it was just our interpretation that any one of you can come and visit us. And,
Right.
and he did that of his own choosing. That's all, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
So again, our committee is governed by bylaws that were last revised in December 2009, and I will tell you they have stood the test of time. Our subcommittees are assigned as needed to address our goals, and for 2020 and 21, back then, they were focused on the following items: disability awareness, policies and budget, services, communication, and transition services. The committee meets about 6 times a year on the third Wednesday bi-monthly, and because we're all enduring COVID-19, these restrictions on us, the majority of the meetings last year were virtual. Our meetings are now being held at Kings Fork Middle School from 6 to 8:30 p.m. and are open to the public. We do have a virtual option for those persons unable to attend in person. Again, these meetings are advertised in community publications. Our subcommittees meet as necessary, and we always provide a period of time for public comment and subsequent review during each of our scheduled meetings. Because of COVID-19, the committee was limited in some of their functions. However, SEAC continued to provide an opportunity for families with special needs to access resources and support. In conjunction with the new addition of the SPED PRC liaison, Ms. Vivian Evett, SEAC provided guidance and assistance to address the challenge of providing special ed support to families during a pandemic. SEAC revised its goals and subcommittees to align with future years, knowing that the ability to make progress on them this past year would be somewhat limited. This was an attempt to mitigate learning loss among Suffolk Public Schools' most vulnerable students. The committee also authored a letter to the school board in support of the request by the superintendent and Director of Special Education that students receiving special education services in program classrooms be allowed to attend school 4 days a week rather than 2. The committee also received and reviewed the standards of learning and graduation data from spring 2020 from the SPED department in January of this year, and plans to review the most recent 2021 SOL data at its next meeting. Last but certainly not least, SEAC members took the opportunity to attend training provided by PETC. PETC is the Parent Education Advocacy Center, an organization that helps better understand the committee's roles, function, and responsibilities for future years. In addition, SEAC also realized other accomplishments in the following areas listed below: disability awareness, transition services, data and assessment, transportation, which we've heard about today, communication, resources, the new IEP software, budget review, public comment, and school board policies. The committee, along with representatives from each school, is tasked with raising public awareness of the impact of disabilities as well as resources available to assist parents and students. The committee also provides parents with an understanding of the functions of your SEAC. And although in-person disability awareness activities were not permitted last year, during the school year, SEAC promoted disability activities in virtual classes, especially during the month of October, which is Disability History and Awareness Month in Virginia. The committee has worked with Suffolk Public Schools to improve the availability of the SEAC brochure in schools and to our stakeholders. SEAC brochures are now readily available at schools and will be distributed during the IEP, Individualized Education Plan, and in eligibility meetings. And although we did not have a disability awareness and resource fair in Suffolk Public Schools this past year, our committee will continue to co-sponsor the Disability Awareness and Resource Fair. As of yesterday, it's my understanding that this event has just been moved to the spring timeframe. This event will provide various resources for parents and caregivers of students receiving special education services. SEAC members and volunteers will operate simulation centers with fun and engaging activities designed to raise awareness among the attendees by demonstrating those challenges faced with impairments. People that attend will leave with a better understanding of the challenges that people with disabilities must overcome on a daily basis. This fair will bring much needed resource for families and caregivers, as well raise public awareness of the challenges they face. We look forward to co-sponsoring this fair this coming year. I challenge each and every one of you to attend the fair and participate in these special activities. Trust me, you will have a lot of fun. Once again, because of the pandemic, the Little Feet Meet, which is co-sponsored by SEAC and Special Olympics of Virginia, was not permitted last year. This event has been rescheduled for this academic school year during the spring months as well. This event is provided for all elementary students who are in program classes in Suffolk Public Schools. Special Olympics of Virginia provides the equipment and training for that event. The students are typically paired or will be paired with typically developing peers to compete together to win awards in several fun events. Your student leaders from Kings Fork High School run this meet entirely on their own. We anticipate that more than 200 students will participate in the event this coming year. The committee monitors secondary transition services as budget constraints have severely impacted these services. Now, starting at the age of 14, transition services are formally addressed in an IEP. However, the committee recommends discussion of transition opportunities and resources prior to the age of 14. The committee continues to monitor the effect of the restructure of the College and Career Academy at Prudent on the vocational evaluations provided for students with special needs. This evaluation helps to determine a student's strengths and weaknesses in certain vocational areas and is crucial in developing their secondary transition services. The committee monitors testing data and assessments that impact students receiving special ed services. The committee also reviews graduation and/or exit data and discusses accreditation issues within the district. This past year and throughout the coming year, our committee continues to review this data to monitor the effect of virtual classes, hybrid classes, and the highly probable regression for our students during the pandemic. One of the ongoing goals of this subcommittee is to improve transportation services for students with special needs. And although the majority of the school year was held virtually, some transportation services were required during the 2020-2021 school year. In support of the committee's transportation goal to support families with students receiving special ed services, SEAC continues to monitor and review transportation needs and concerns from our stakeholder. The committee discussed methods to improve communication between parents of students receiving special ed services and schools, including school event notices. SEAC continues to support a Facebook page to allow for better communication with our stakeholders. The committee is also working with the SPED PRC to distribute resource information to the community. The committee endeavors to improve resources available to parents of students receiving special education services. Our committee continues to provide recommendations for new material to improve the SPED PRC and assist the parent resource liaison in disseminating these new resources to parents. Within Suffolk Public Schools, adoption of the new IEP software, the committee will continue to monitor IET software issues and their impact on our stakeholders this year. Just today, I finished an IEP meeting for my son, and I'll tell you, while it was a little bit clunky getting started, the IEP method, format, structure seems to be very promising. It certainly is an improvement, I would argue, when I've been doing this for almost 18 years, so good on you all. Thank you. As mandated, SEAC reviewed SPS proposed budget for the next school year to consider any impact on special education services and discussed any questions or concerns with the special education director. SEAC received 2 public comments during its meeting for the 2020-2021 school year. The first was regarding possible health concerns that could come with children in program classes returning to school more than 2 days a week. The second was regarding the seclusion and restraint policy approved by the school board this year. The committee will continue to provide a public forum to address the need of all its stakeholders. The committee reviews school policies impacting students receiving special ed services and their representation in the student and staff manuals. No issues or errors were identified this past year. The 2021-2022 SEAC voting membership is depicted and includes myself, my vice chair, Ms. Katie Morris, the teacher, Holly Boyce, Ms. Angela Bickerton, Regina Hall, Deborah Cleash, Shawnee Love, Kirsten O'Neill, Leslie Schieffer, Amy Soroka, Theresa Pope, Donna Boykins. We have not assigned a secretary. Hopefully we will. That includes 9 parents, 1 grandparent, 1 teacher, and 2 community service providers. SEAC is finalizing specific committee goals for this year. These goals will be presented to you for your review and approval once fully developed. In addition, the SEAC will continue to focus areas impact students with disabilities. These areas are student academic performance, special education graduation rates, special education diploma options, SOL testing and alternate assessments, transition services, transportation, disability awareness, disability harassment, physical restraint and seclusion, special education parent resources, and special education budget. In front of you are the upcoming SEAC meeting dates. It's actually next week on Wednesday. We look forward to seeing you all. Sir, ma'am, that concludes my report. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to address them.
Board members, other questions? Thank you very much for such a thorough report. Do you have any, I saw the report, you gave us the data on what you guys are doing, and we appreciate that. Do you have some things that are concerns of yours? I saw the list of things that you are focusing on. I know that maybe year before last, we talked a bit about having a transition specialist, and we were able to put that in the budget and fund that. So we did. Are we saying that we need more? I noticed that you talked about having a transition specialist at an earlier age. Can you speak to some of you guys' ideas about that?
So I'll start that off by telling you that in previous administrations, I can tell you that we used to be the best SEAC in the entire state, and I think we want to go in that direction. What has probably hindered, adjusted our direction literally has been last year. It's taken us a little while to try to figure out exactly, just as you all try to figure out some of the challenges that you meet, what the impacts will be. I would ask if you will allow us to wait till we provide our goals to you, because
sure.
we've been in very detailed, very emotional meetings where we all try to articulate our own requirement, and sometimes it just takes us a little while for all of us to come together to an agreement.
We understand. Okay.
So I'd be more than glad to provide that. We're almost there. We just got to tweak a couple of words and be glad to present that to you if I may.
Not a problem at all. Thank you so much for your report, for your work with them. And again, you all are an advisory committee, and we wait to hear from you because you are the people who are doing that. We do appreciate your input and the work that you do.
Can I add some of that, Madam
Sure.
Chair? Mr. Godinez, I just want to also personally thank you. Ms. Whitley gives me updates after every one of your meetings. You know, I've listened to a few. Your professionalism and really being able to handle the different needs, because each person, each member that's on the SEAC is really doing a tremendous job of advocating for their children. And one of the things that I know that you've had to navigate is not only a change in directors that we've had to special education, but also a change with you now becoming the chair and dealing with the amount of time that our students were receiving instruction and their needs during the pandemic. So personally, and on behalf of the staff, especially the special education department, we just want to say thank you for all that you've done personally to bring this report not only forward, but also your professionalism in being able to handle every challenge that's been thrown at you so far. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And again, let me end by please come on over next Wednesday. Our meetings are pretty lively. They're a lot of fun. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. The next items on our agenda are our public speakers on non-agenda items. On non-agenda items, we're going to clean out the podium. When you come to the podium, Mr. Littlefield is cleaning out the podium now. Madam Clerk, would you read the statement? And then I'll call your name. She's going to read a statement. When you come, the podium, the microphone is clean, and we clean it between each speaker. So if you'd like to take off your mask while you speak, you can. If you feel comfortable with your mask on, you can leave it on. It's up to you. Madam Clerk.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at all board meetings. The officer shall, under the direction of the chairman or other presiding officer, have charge of the board chambers, the board conference room, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administration building, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Thank you. Ms. Nicole Spear, would you come forward? Mrs. Spear will speak on bullying, mitigation strategies for COVID at schools, and conspiracy theories shared at previous meetings.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Nicole Sperry. I live at 296 Burnett's Way. I stand before you as a mother that has had students in Suffolk Public Schools since 2009. My oldest will graduate next year, and my youngest will graduate approximately in 2030. I am heavily invested in the current conditions of Suffolk Public Schools. I have never spoken at a Suffolk Public Schools board meeting, but because I felt my voice wouldn't be heard nor valued. Since September 27th and the death of my daughter, I have realized that my voice is just as important. I have 3 topics that I would like to discuss this evening. The first concern is the amount of unfounded conspiracy theories that were shared last month. Several people shared that they are against COVID tests, and one of the main reasons was because they claimed that the swabs used for testings have carcinogens in it. After hearing them, I immediately started to look it up because I took that as a major claim. I found that it is ultimately a conspiracy theory that gained popularity from a video shared on social media. The process that is used to sterilize medical equipment, including the swabs, has been used for decades and is constantly tested for safety. I found this out very easily, and that this lie has been disproven several times, especially by centered news sources. The second concern I have is with bullying. As I previously stated, my children have been in Suffolk Public Schools since 2009. Out of my 4 children, 2 of them have been bullied at Suffolk Public Schools. After hearing from Morgan's mom last month, I was heartbroken. I had the pleasure of being Morgan's substitute teacher at Hill Point Elementary. Teresa was also bullied several times by students for various reasons. She didn't like to tell us or her teachers when it happened, because she hoped if she was nice enough to them, they would stop. Bullying cannot be stopped unless we as parents, guardians, caregivers, and community stakeholders come together and work to solve the problem. COVID has shut down a lot of programs that allow volunteers to come into the building, but with the shutdowns, it has opened the possibility of virtual involvements. Caregivers need more support on how to recognize when their child is bullied. Caregivers of bullies need to be supported in efforts to stop the bullying. And schools and administrators need to bring awareness to this problem, not just during Bullying Prevention Week. I was bullied from elementary through middle school, and it destroyed my self-esteem and self-image. We must do better to protect our children. My last topic is dealing with mitigation strategies and whether it is currently being done is effective to keep our children and staff safe as possible from COVID. I have concerns about how close student desks are in the classroom. I've seen pictures on social media with the new triangle-shaped desks, and basically students are elbow to elbow. How are parent pickups being handled? Where are the students waiting? Are they waiting in one room until their car comes for them? Do they have assigned seating in that one room to help with contact tracing? When students are playing outside, I've heard that several classes play on the same equipment at the same time without masks. Yes, the CDC says it is okay to be outside without a mask, but how is contact tracing being provided during that time? No matter how we as adults feel about wearing masks, when we are in the building as part of the staff, we should be setting the example and wearing our masks over our nose and our mouth correctly. No matter how you feel about COVID, we should be working to make sure that everyone is safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janet Woody McKinney, Tone Deaf School Board.
My name is Janet Woody McKinney. I reside at 2804 Lake Cahoon Point. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or the right of the people to petition the government for a redress of grievances. There is no qualification in this right. It is an express right to speak freely and to take complaints directly to elected officials. Yet to address this board, I must specify my topic. Woe unto me if I diverge from my topic. The chair will withdraw the remainder of my time and dismiss me. Don't sign up to speak on multiple topics. You'll be denied. Don't sign up to speak several times. You'll be granted one trip to the podium. Don't change your mind and try to adjust your points when you start to speak. You'll be told you are off topic and your time is up. I've asked the clerk to identify the code or ordinance that requires me to provide my topic in advance. I'm still awaiting a response. I reviewed the policies and the rules of the board, and I have not found any such requirement. Of course, I may have missed it. I myself am apprehensive to declare my topic in advance. Why? Maybe because I don't want to be labeled an enemy of the school board by Dr. Gordon as he did Dr. Wastrom. Maybe because the chair believes some white people are upset with the demographics of this board. Maybe because the chair deleted my comments and then blocked me from her political Facebook page. Why? I gave her facts that AR means Armalite and not assault rifle. Nothing disparaging, simply facts. Yet my comments were deleted and I was blocked. Maybe it's because the superintendent claims a racially biased, hostile working environment, although the investigation found no racial bias, only a contentious working relationship. Maybe it's because speakers have to rely on the chair to tell them when their time is up, as a clock is not provided. Considering she blocked me on social media and considering I'm one of those white people of Suffolk, should I trust her timekeeping? Even the board attorney addressed the tone deaf board in his remarks in August. He reminded the board that they are elected and therefore are expected to listen and respond to concerns of all citizens, because all citizens pay taxes and vote. Does not matter if they have children in the division or not. But he also admonished the board not to sow seeds of discord or publicly discussing policies or decisions with which a member may disagree, nor to demonstrate gamesmanship that interferes with the workings of Suffolk Public Schools and could, quote, have an adverse impact on the operations of the school division. But actions speak louder than words, and the actions of this board say that it is not listening to the citizens of Suffolk. This tone-deaf board selected the former mayor to fill the Sleepy Hole borough vacancy. She won only 2 precincts citywide, neither of which are in Sleepy Hole, in the Sleepy Hole borough, and the Tone Deaf Board appointed her anyway. In October, this Tone Deaf Board used its bully pulpit to tell us a parable of the lion and the lion hunter. Essentially realize that whomever is telling the tale, including this board, will paint the tale in the best light possible for them. It was alluded to that this lecture related to the multiple lawsuits. Do you know what the simple answer is? Publish the court findings. Then no one listens to hearsay, and we can all read for ourselves what the court had to say. The tone-deaf nature of this board continued when our local media reported the board did not have any reports of bullying, but was not naive enough to realize that it was most likely occurring. Sounds to me like this tone-deaf board is trying to avoid responsibility for not providing a safe school environment. There's a reason school board members do not identify a political party on the ballot. Our schools are meant to be apolitical, and it does not benefit the school division when politics become embroiled in school board matters. Sadly, this board forgets it is to be apolitical when it uses talking points from the national platforms. Remember, some white people are upset by the demographics of this board, and those who speak out against the board are enemies of the school division. I have no trust in this school board, and it has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with the fact that this board does not listen. This board conducts itself in such a way that it believes itself to be above us, the lowly citizens, the unwashed masses. Us, the peasants who aren't sophisticated enough to understand or comprehend the intricate workings of this, our school board. Your own attorney advised you to change your ways. Twice the court has told you to change your ways, and now the voters are telling you to change your ways. I end with a reminder that we are a democratic republic. The key difference between a republic and a democracy is in a republic, the rights of the minority cannot be taken away by the will of the majority. Dr. Richard Bremen of the University of Pennsylvania wrote, "Democratic republics are not merely founded upon the consent of the people, they are also absolutely dependent upon the active and informed involvement of the people for their continued good health."
The clerk has informed you that
As
your time
Benjamin
is up,
Franklin
ma'am.
said, "I don't know that for certain. Where's my clock?"
Your time is up. I don't keep
Where's
the
my
time.
clock?
I don't.
There's no clock visible to me. How am I supposed, I have 2 sentences left, but I don't have the time to speak those. Why? Because someone's keeping an arbitrary clock.
Are you someone, Miss, would you raise your hand? Thank you. She keeps the clock. I don't.
Your decision. Do I have to leave or may I return to my seat?
Miss-
Gave up the podium.
Ms. McKinney, if you would like to sit down and carry yourself in a way that you are not disruptive, you may sit in as long as you would like till the meeting's over.
I have not been disruptive this evening at all.
Ms. McKinney,
And say as long as I'm not going to be
Ms. McKinney,
is not respectful of the chair.
Ms. McKinney, if you can be quiet, you may stay. You're not now.
My time, I have been. I am not.
Officer, I don't know what to do other than, officer, 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 I'm sorry.
Ask me a question, I should have the opportunity respectfully to answer that.
Ms. McKinney, we're not going to yell back and forth. We're not going to behave in that way. Ms. McKinney, officer, Ms. McKinney, if you can't calm down, the officer's going to take you out. You're going to be quiet or you're going to have to leave. Those are the only 2 options. Either be quiet and sit down, or the officer, then she has to go. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mrs. Rankin. Thank you.
Evening again. Board members, I'd just like to take a minute or two to talk about Policy Review Committee. I'm not really familiar with the process and how the board conducts its policy review. I thought it was just limited to the 2 committee members, of which I had the liberty of attending a couple of those open sessions. I was a little bit confused tonight because it appeared that maybe the board members do have advance look into some of the proposed policies, but in over 35 years of reviewing, developing, and implementing policies in my professional capacity, I've never heard of a policy review committee of just 2 people. Why are there only 2 people consisting of the chair and the vice chair making up this committee for the Suffolk Public Schools? Each of you board members are here to represent your constituents, and that would include on policy matters. As a taxpayer, I was frustrated that the public has no comment or voice at these open meetings, particularly when my representative has not acknowledged any emails from me at the request to meet with them to go over some of my concerns or what might be on my mind. And I've heard that a lot. It's a repetitive thing. Board members are not getting back to their constituents. The people of this community are not feeling heard. They're not feeling valued. And quite frankly, you work for them. You work for us. And we'd like to see you start doing that. Our first opportunity to speak to these policies is when they end up on the agenda for a first reading, some of which go to a vote, as it did tonight, without adequate input from the community. Do we really have that much faith in 2 people to only value their input on critical policy matters? It seems they have a monopoly on the policy. Are their opinions and voices the only ones that matter? Apparently not. This was the first or second opportunity I've had Board Member Riddick actually speak up to question some of the policies. But typically, we can basically, with almost 100% accuracy, predict what the outcome on all these votes are going to be. And while the policies are eventually voted on, it doesn't seem right when you can predict that outcome. Is it me, or does it seem that that's peculiar? Perhaps there's some other dynamic going on. I've witnessed very little challenge or discussion from this board on recent controversial policies. Many of these policies are rushed to vote, often approved without thorough analysis, pros and cons, or impact on staff, students, or the community. I use the recent transgender policy as an example. No, I'm not transphobic, but I use that particular policy because that policy should not have been approved as written because it didn't adequately discuss the problems it could lead to in its implementation. In fact, there was no discussion or analysis on how to implement it safely for all staff and students. One only needs to look at the problems in Loudoun County to see the importance of thorough analysis on policy review. Can we as taxpayers afford any more lawsuits defending the Suffolk Public Schools than they currently have? I say no, and we can't afford failed policies in our education system. We need changes in how this policy review committee is represented. There should be representation of citizens, parents, and teachers. It's a good thing to get differing perspectives or competing opinions so that we're better informed and we can make better decisions. No more trust us, we know what's best. It's time to show us. If we truly want the best education system for our students and this community, it can't be done in a vacuum. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela Kilgore regarding teacher shortage and rejection of certified teachers when we are issuing bonuses to teachers for being overworked.
Good evening again. My name is Angela Kilgore, 1433 Redwood Court. Tonight, I'd like to discuss the SBS shortage issue and how a shortage of teachers impact the safety of our schools. I'd like to ask our superintendent some specific questions and would like honest answers to each. Currently,
Ms. Kilgore, this won't take away from your minutes, but the superintendent's not going to answer your questions
that's okay.
tonight.
Hopefully, I can get them on an email. Thank you. All right. Currently, SBS has an extreme shortage of teachers. 32 teachers resigned in just 1 week. Vaccine mandates will only drive more resignations and/or retirements. Not to mention the fact that our teachers continue to be overworked and overwhelmed with the additional challenges that come when forced to take on additional students and classes. As a reminder, each of these additional students come with IEPs or other special learning needs that require our already stretched thin teachers to understand and accommodate within their classrooms. The additional time off that was recently, the additional time off that was recently approved by this board is slowly being taken up by additional assigned administrative duties. Although our superintendent is stating that the learning loss was due to COVID shutdown, which is legitimate, however, we are now vetting potential applicants. How is hiring uncertified teachers or leaving positions open for specific candidates recovering the classroom time that was lost? Our schools were shut down for over a year. However, no action was taken to prepare our schools to be reopened or install PPE in the classrooms. Sorry about that. My phone was going to do that. Why is Suffolk Public Schools unable to retain and employ certified teachers? Is SBS using employment agency to vet the teachers being employed? Is this an LLC-owned agency? And are you vested in any one of these employment agencies being used? Why are qualified teachers being denied positions within our school division and receiving rejection letters from HR for positions they didn't even apply for? Right now, students are frustrated. Our kids had the opportunity to experience what education would be like if students didn't have to attend in person. Many learned that they are not able to learn virtually. Now they are questioning if those running our schools truly care about the level of education received. Too many students leave SBS to attend college and realize they are unprepared. Students find themselves unable to write simple term papers because they never learned how to while in high school. It is your job to ensure our children receive an adequate education, and the failure to educate all students is a reflection of your inability to do the job that you have been hired to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sperry, Jeff Sperry. And Mr. Sperry will address COVID mitigation and prevention strategies.
Hi. Hi, my name is Jeff Sperry. I live at 296 Burnett's Way, Suffolk, Virginia. Since I found I have 5 minutes to talk, I will discuss 2 topics with you tonight. I'm sorry if I talk slow. I will try to keep my remarks in time. I have 1 positive topic to discuss and 1 not. My wife and I lost our daughter a month ago to COVID-19. This week has made me happy and hurt so much at the same time. Happy because my youngest son can finally join us and get vaccinated. I'm hurting because it came a month too late for my beautiful daughter. We've been waiting for it for so long. My kids were eager because they understood once vaccinated, they could return to normal life. My wife and I made sure our kids masked. We chose to social distance, to avoid exposing our friends and family to COVID. Losing my daughter made one thing clear to me. The only way to truly keep them safe is to vaccinate. I can control what happens in my family, but I cannot control the people around them who do not care about the risks they take with the things most precious to me. This leads me to my second point. When the Virginia pilot reached out to me to say Suffolk Public Schools had completed their investigation, I was mad because Suffolk Public Schools did not reach out to me first or at all. I need to see it to answer many questions I have because I can't ask my daughter. She is no longer with me. When the reporter read to me your conclusions, I was horrified. First, because my daughter gave us more examples than the one you gave. I need to know who you actually talked to. Sorry, can't do this. But the scary part was your conclusions. After weeks of saying I would never walk kids to the nurse, you now say she did, but you give one example and say it's okay because it was a healthy kid. You say that having her do this complies with all of your COVID-19 mitigation and prevention strategies. This horrifies me. The one example you list was a healthy kid, but guess what? My daughter had COVID-19. I know she did because it took her from me. I know she had it Thursday when she had severe symptoms, Wednesday when she had a headache, and I know days before, because of research, that is contagious without symptoms. I learned she was probably, This means every healthy kid she walked, every kid she passed in the hall, every person in the office, every child in the nurse's office was directly exposed to COVID-19 because of the job she was forced to do. I hoped to learn when she was originally exposed to COVID-19 because of your investigation. But Suffolk Public Schools doesn't even seem to understand the risk that is placed on a student that even has to walk healthy students to the nurse during the time of coronavirus. My unvaccinated 10-year-old daughter was given a job as a class nurse that took her to the one place where all of the sick children go. If we knew about this job that was given to her before she got sick, I would have withdrawn her from Suffolk Public Schools like I did my youngest. He's no longer there. We found out too late. She was given this job without my permission, without informing me, and my daughter was called a liar for telling me about it a few days before she passed away. This is unacceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Sperry. Carly Bosco will address volunteers in school buildings.
Good evening, Carly Bosco, 2729 Burning Tree Lane. I'd like to start again today, as I did last month, by publicly acknowledging and thanking the staff at Florence Bowser for their continued hard work, and also our amazing bus driver, Miss Daisy, who I've emailed Mrs. Young about in the past, and she's handling our very overcrowded double run. That is our current daily norm with 3 elementary kids to a seat for our current route, but Miss Daisy is doing amazing and only picks us up about 10 minutes late every day.
Ms. Bosco, can you pull that down just a little bit so I can hear what you're saying? Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The perils of 5'1". So, as to my main remarks, my purpose this evening is to request yet again that the district reconsider the current prohibition of volunteers in the buildings. Mitigation of COVID risk is certainly necessary. However, I think we can all agree there are more than just disease contraction risks when we are talking about the overall risk profile COVID is inducing. We are at severe risk of a staffing shortage that makes normal operations nearly impossible. We are far past a breaking point, and it's nothing short of amazing that this month's personnel report showed only 13 teacher resignations. The personnel report also showed 127 based on saying there's 350 high school teachers, that's 35% of them, are being compensated for additional class coverage. While it is certainly correct and appropriate that teachers are compensated for their extra efforts, more must be done to lessen the load rather than simply trying to spread the burden across existing personnel. 1 half day every other week is an insufficient Band-Aid to addressing this problem. While volunteers cannot and should not fill the instructional voids, there are a multitude of tasks that volunteers can be assigned to aid in the building personnel. Particularly at the elementary level, things as simple as helping with lunches, better yet being able to help monitor lunch in a larger setting so that teachers can have a solitary lunch on a rotating basis, is an easy example. It's an oversimplification to brush off people interested volunteering by saying substitutes are being hired and feel free to apply. Individuals like myself who are willing and able to help in limited capacity, but could not be a substitute teacher due to my primary employment. Mitigate the risk by requiring proof of vaccination. Mitigate the risk with masking and distancing and strategic deployment of the volunteers. Mitigate the risk with an expected code of conduct of volunteers. But please do not continue to block a very real and viable relief valve. We all understand the underlying problems are systemic and bigger than just COVID, but those problems do not have immediate answers. Volunteers are a small but tangible asset that can be deployed right now, particularly given the recent surge in parents seemingly wanting to be more involved in their children's education. I'm sure there'll be no shortage of eager participants. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to an opportunity to be volunteering in my children's school.
Thank you, Ms. Bosco. There's all our speakers for the evening. Before we move to the next section, I do have a question because I like to clear up information before we move further. And some of it is evident because people have spoken to multiple topics, so I don't even have to address that. But I do need to ask this question. Mr. Superintendent, I've been looking at personnel reports for quite some time. I have not seen one where we have 32 people. I'm sorry. I've been looking at personnel reports for quite some time, and I have not seen a week where we had 32 teachers resign.
That is correct.
Please tell me when that happened.
It did not.
There's been no such week?
No such week.
Okay. Have we had a week where 27 people resign?
No.
25?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wonder. I'm looking at the Human Resource Director over there. That's why I looked over to that side. Have we hired an employment agency that we didn't know anything about? Because I haven't seen an employment agency on any kind of report.
Oh, ma'am.
Can you take your mask off?
Yes, the answer is no. That's
Okay.
more misinformation, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, thank you. We are going to begin at this time comments by board members. Mrs. Mayo, would you like to give your comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As always, I would like to offer special thanks to our members of the Suffolk Public Schools family, Dr. Gordon, the school administrative team, our school administrators, teachers, and valued support staff, which includes our teacher assistants, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodial staff, and others, for your continued hard work and diligence. I also would like to congratulate all who were recognized during the Good News report, and Ms. Asia Powell, who represented us so well as the Student Athlete of the Week, recognized by WTKR. In addition, it's great to know that our Suffolk Public Schools staff are committed to continued learning. And this shows that we are lifelong learners. We never stop learning. And it's great to know that they are improving and learning. Ms. Angie Salerno, the art teacher at Kilby Shores, for the outstanding award, the Elementary Art Teacher of the Year. And so that's also wonderful for us. As a representative from Suffolk Public Schools to the Regional Board of the Governor's School for the Arts, I often receive information about student accomplishments, those students who attend the Governor's School. And one of our students, Alicia Jones, I'm not sure which school she attends, but she attends the Governor's School, has been recognized as an artist, as Best of Emerging Artists in the Stockley Gardens Art Show. So our students are doing very well, and we're proud of Ms. Jones' accomplishments. I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak this evening. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Woman Jenkins, congratulations on you.
Thank you, Madam
Work
Chair.
with your husband. Thank you.
Ditto to everything that Board Member Mayo spoke of. Always thank you to the staff and the Suffolk Public School family in whatever capacity that you serve in. I want to particularly thank you for the presentation on the bullying. It is real, and unfortunately, it just does not lie with our students. There's a lot of adults that do the same thing, and unfortunately, a lot of children see that and get that from adults, and I hope that in our process of presenting and, developing this program to help stop bullying, that the parents and other family members would take heed to it as well. Even people, our employees and staff, board members, everyone, bullying is no for everybody. So I hope that we take heed to that and we stop that, because you get nothing accomplished from bullying and calling people names. Thank you for everyone who came out and spoke. I hope that whatever issues like you bring up, I don't know why I know board members do answer emails. I do. If I can't answer it, I'll give it to someone else who can, because board members are limited to what we can do, but we can forward it to other people. And I always say, if you don't get an answer, let me know. I'll give it to somebody else. But I haven't had a problem with that. So, when people come and say that they're not getting any responses, it bothers me, because I know that we do respond in some type of capacity. Our meeting, legislative meeting that we had, it was announced. It was announced in timely manner where it says where it was, what time. No one showed up. So I ask you that come to the meetings. We have nothing to hide. The board members had this information a long time. And what I know I do, I ask my questions before the board meeting, so I'll know what's going on, so I don't have to do everything in front of everybody. I get my answers. And I appreciate all of you. We don't get everything right. None of us do. And if anybody in here does, then that's something wrong right there, because we're not perfect on this side. And I appreciate criticism, because that's how we learn. But we have to do it in an orderly way. Like I said, bullying just does not start with the little kids. Adults do the same thing. They do it on social media. They do it face-to-face. Either way, it's not right. And I just hope we do better. We learn to respect each other. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be an example to our young kids. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Board Member Johnson.
I want to start, first of all.
Is your mic on? Turn it on.
I want to start, first of all, by saying to the Sperry family, I cannot even begin to imagine what you're going through, and my heart is broken for you. And I just hope that you know that everyone is surrounding you with love. I also want to congratulate Heather Howell on the Sleepy Hole seat at the school board. I'm ready for you to take this chair, and I'm looking forward to having you here. I guess I'm going to follow a little bit on what Ms. Jenkins just said. You know, I listened a lot tonight, and I've listened a whole lot. And I've been in public service for 21 years. And I know that in those 21 years, you know, there are 14,000 plus students. There are, multiply that by parents, there are 90 plus thousand people in this city, getting close to 95,000, I think. So there is no way that everyone will be happy. There is no way that we will ever all agree. There just isn't. But honestly, I sat here tonight and I thought, you know, when you choose to go into public service, and I invite anyone to do it, it's an admirable, wonderful thing to do. And you know that you're going to get criticism, and you know that you're going to have difficult times, and you expect that. And I am proud of my service in this city. I love this city as much as any human being in this city loves it. But you know, when you do say you're going to go into public service, I will tell you when you start, there are a few things you don't expect, but I promise you it will happen to you. So it's criticism is great, but to be verbally abused is not okay. We're talking about bullying, and we want to teach our children and our students not to bully. And yet repeatedly, and I have to tell you, I sat on city council for 20 years. I was the mayor of this city for 14. I have never seen a board treated like this board has been treated. Never in my 20 years there. And we had our times, and we had our differences, and we had people that very heartily disagreed, and that is what this country is all about. But there are rules, there are protocols, there are jobs that people do that they have to do. The chair has rules that she has to follow. So I listened to, someone said that Vice Chair Byram is well aware, you know, I was going to say, they said she thinks she works for Dr. Gordon. I've known Vice Chair Byram for years and years and years. She knows exactly what her job up here is and does it well. And she knows that Dr. Gordon does his, and she knows what hers are. Giving respect to the superintendent, some people think maybe that's not a good thing. I don't know. I don't understand. Tonight I heard him called a liar and a con artist. That's despicable. He is neither. He's a man working hard in a hard situation, trying to do what we can do in a difficult time and getting the students the very best they can do. So when I hear this, I'm concerned because we're worried about what children see, we're worried about how children interact, we're worried about what children read, we're worried about all of this, but yet we're not worried about what we're showing them. That really bothers me. I have a 3-year-old grandson that I fully expect to go to Suffolk Public Schools. And I know that he's going to do well there. And I know that he's going to have some trials and tribulations like we all did in school. I think I heard Mrs. Sperry say she was bullied as a child. I heard a few times about how I looked and whatever else, and that happens. And it's horrible. But we can only make it better by us, all of us, everybody here, explaining our differences, discussing our differences, but not attacking. I mean, it's just really, you know, you don't expect to be trashed on social media when you decide to publicly serve. But of course, that's a daily thing now. You don't expect to be threatened, and it happens. So, and the last speaker, I'm sorry that the last speaker, well, not last, but next to last, one of the speakers left that said that we're a republic and that schools should be apolitical. I could not agree with her more. But we can't sit here and say that they're apolitical. You just cannot say that. I agree with Councilman Riddick. I've studied FOIA for 20 years, and I'm going to stop. I heard my time. But FOIA is being used, and it is there for people to use it for the right reason, which is to get information. So I have one more meeting here. Like I said, I can't wait for Heather to take this chair. But please, people, let's pull it together for the students, and let's just work hard and let the staff do their job, be a part of things, get involved, but let's do it in a really, really much better way for the people, for our kids. And that's all I have to say.
Well, I want to start off and say to the Sperry family, you all are in my thoughts and prayers. I don't have words other than that. I can't put into words how I feel and how I imagine you feel. All I can do is what my faith tells me to do, and that's to continue to pray. In regards to the citizens that reside in the city of Suffolk, expressly, including those directly to those who live in the Suffolk borough, on November the 8th, 6:30 to 8 o'clock p.m. To the citizens who live in the Suffolk borough, I will be having a town hall at the East Suffolk Recreation Center. My staff and I have made attempts to try to make it into a more centralized location. Unfortunately, the venues were not available to us, but we will be having a town hall meeting for the residents of the Suffolk borough. Other residents may attend, but you will not be allowed to speak. And the FOIA council did let me know that that is not a violation of FOIA, as it's a town hall and not a public meeting. So I just want to put that out there to everyone who reside in the city of Suffolk borough, that I will be having a town hall on Monday, November the 8th from 6:30 to 8 o'clock p.m. The nature of this meeting is of importance. I want to thank my constituents for allowing me to continue to serve them. Anyone who know me and anyone who has been watching the school board meetings, you know that I'm very boisterous. I take what the constituents bring me to heart. I research, I fact check, and then I speak. My job as a board member is not the day-to-day operations. That's not anyone's up here job, with the exceptions of Dr. Gordon. So when complaints are given to me, if it's something that I can give you an answer quickly on and can provide fact that it's the correct answer, I do. But Dr. Gordon will tell you himself, I will forward an email quick. Please address this and let me know when it's done. Because at the end of the day, you're true. It's right. We do work for the citizens, and that's always at the forefront of my mind. I don't work for just those who elected me, but I also work for those who voted for my opposing candidate. But at this time, the political climate dealing with school boards are very concerning. I've been confronted in the Walmart parking lot in a hostile manner. I've been confronted inside of Walmart, inside of other stores in a hostile manner for taking a stand against COVID and other issues. You all, this is not an easy job. And it's easy when you're sitting in your capacity that you're sitting in and you don't receive the emails or the hatred stares or the people flicking you off as you're driving down the road. It takes some tough skin, and I'm not up here whining and complaining, but I just wanted to be transparent and let you know exactly what some of us go through. I know I had someone shoot outside of my house. Dr. Buck had someone play outside of hers. Board Member Johnson had someone run her off the road. Ms. Jenkins had someone do the same as far as playing at her house too. So we shouldn't be going through this type of stuff. And I'm going to be honest with you, $10,000 a year is not worth what we're going through. We're doing this because we love the children, we believe in our city, and we want to see Suffolk Public Schools reach a better level. And it's going to take all of us. Anyone can come in and point fingers, but it's going to take all of us. And our superintendent and his staff is doing a good job. At times we're going to disagree. We're human, and we have different mindsets and different thoughts on how we're going to get to our end result. But at the end of the day, we have children first. And that's what we're going to be focused on. So I just want to say thank you for your time. Thank you, citizens. Remember November the 8th, 6:30 to 8 o'clock p.m. at East Suffolk Recreation Center. We will be having a town hall meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to give an extra shout out to Asia Powell. She was our student athlete. I think she just has excellent qualities and represents Suffolk very well, and she's a bulldog. So I'm just really proud of her, and I thought that was an excellent piece that the media did about her. I'm very, very proud of Northern Shores Elementary School. I think they are a shining star for our district, and my hope would be that they are a bar then that we would try to have all of our elementary schools be able to maintain, to reach that. That's the goal. And certainly Northern Shores deserves a ton of credit, their administration and their teachers. I'd like to thank Kirsten O'Neill and her team for the wonderful Harvest Festival. I attended for a while at night. I got there when it was just getting dark, and the lights and the excitement were fantastic. And that is the kind of parental support and input. And again, there's a great bar for other elementary schools I know there was one at Creekside, but that shows that we are capable, and I would hope that other schools would, and who don't have a PTA could reach out to Kirsten and just, glean from the great Harvest Festival that she put together. I want to also congratulate, I agree that to continue lifelong learning and earning degrees is a compliment to our staff and administration who are doing that, and that's excellent. I would say to the Sperry family, I visited them, and I'm glad you came tonight. I'm really glad you came and expressed yourself and your concerns. I was really glad to see your names on the roster as the speakers. And you do have a place in our hearts. And I thought the memorial service at Hill Point, kudos, I thought it was done very nicely. And there's no way that I would be able to, as one of my schools, drive by that tree and not remember your daughter. It was just a really good memorial. So thank you for speaking to us with your concerns. I'd like to give a shout out to all the citizens who participated in the Suffolk Education Foundation golf tournament. Although golf is not my thing, but I thank you. It was a success, and Suffolk Education Foundation certainly supplies a lot of funds and scholarships to our students. They're very supportive of Suffolk Public Schools. So thank you for everyone for participating in that golf tournament, because it is one of the biggest fundraisers they have. So thank you very much. Congrats to Heather for winning the election. I look forward to having you on board. And you've got a good 3 years, and I think that you will find it a really good experience. I would also like to reiterate one more time that I think that we've given the teachers some time off, but I think we need to take things off their plates. There's still too much that they are required to do, and however the administrative team wants to do that, but they still need some relief. And whether it's by less assignments for the remainder of COVID, whether it's reducing the format of lesson plans, something has to give, because I think they are still extremely stressed. And so I'm asking you to figure out something, bring back something that you can take off their plates. I think that would be a very good thing on our part to help mitigate the stress that they are feeling. I would also like to say that I disagree with asking citizens to leave this open meeting. I think that it is a poor practice on our part to ask citizens. Of course, we are all passionate, and I believe if we interact with them, they have a right to interact back. And I think that we're doing a mistake, and we are communicating. We say something up here, but then we communicate something totally different by asking a citizen to leave. And I'm disappointed with that. And I wish everyone a very good evening. Thank you for all the speakers who came tonight. We continue to need citizens to participate in their school system. Everyone have a very, very happy Thanksgiving. We have that coming up and look forward to. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Gordon and his staff for quickly responding to the concerns that were voiced in our October meeting. I think he conducted surveys, did all types of things, research to try to answer questions. And I know he emailed a lot of people in response to those concerns. I appreciate that, and the part that your staff does in that every time, quickly responding, even though you have a very, very busy schedule. I want to thank Dr. Branch for the leadership that she is demonstrating on our strategic plan. That's a large responsibility, and I appreciate the part that you are playing. The fact that you are trying to gather information from all stakeholders, especially from our board and others that are concerned. Thank you, Dr. Branch, for the part that you're playing on that. I'm thrilled that we have so much good news to tell in our city. Mrs. Salerno from Kilby Shores, being the art teacher of the state, is to be recognized. That's a wonderful accomplishment. We are doing great things in this city. And as Ms. Jenkins said, we're not perfect. We all know that. I only think there's ever been but one perfect person on this earth. And I truly believe in that person and what he stood for. So I think Ms. Salerno has always done an excellent job. I know when I came on the board, I attended before COVID, many of the art shows and exhibits, and she was one of the first people always to greet me and always participating. So I know she's always been an outstanding art teacher in our system. We're lucky to have people like that. She served 20-some years here in Suffolk and been an outstanding contributor. Oftentimes I found that arts and music, the fine arts, are not recognized as much as they should be. And we have some outstanding teachers out there that are not in core subjects, but are doing excellent jobs, and I'm glad to see that they're being recognized. Also, I can't say enough about Ms. Howell being elected for the Sleepy Hole Borough. I have known Heather for many, many years, and her family. I taught her and her brother at Nansemond River High School. She's one of my former students, as well as her brother. And I'm glad to welcome her to the board. I know she has experience in education, and she will bring insight, and I know she will represent Sleepy Hole well and her constituents. It's just wonderful to reach my age, and I'm an old lady, and I've reached this age, and I'm so grateful that I'm here this evening still, and to be able to witness my students now that I taught, that I invested time in, that I love dearly, achieving such great things. To step out and to be elected to a board is very important. Education, to me, is the most important thing in this city. And when we get education correct, we get everything else correct, is the way I look at it. And I'm glad that I have lived long enough to see a lot of my students become teachers in the system. A lot of them have been administrators. A lot of them have served as TAs, teacher assistants. Some of them have been custodians. Some of them have been bus drivers. I've had them up and down. I've never had a superintendent. But, you know, I've had those that are in administrative positions. And I'm proud of all of those students. That tells me over and over again that we're doing the right things. We're not perfect, as Ms. Jenkins said, but we are doing so many things that are right in this system. We need to make some adjustments as we go along, and these have been very difficult times. I don't know. I've been in education 40-some years, and this has been the most difficult experience I have ever had. I used to think it was my first 5 years teaching, but now I know that this has been the most difficult time that we have experienced in Suffolk Public Schools. But we're not going to give up. And we can take the criticism, and I know my time's up, and you know, it's going to go right off my back, because I'm going to look to people that I know are going to do a great job and continue to do a great job. I commend you, Heather, for stepping out and being interested in public education, which is the backbone of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to say this really quickly, and let me see, I said it 3 times already, so I owe you 7 more times, okay? Northern Shores, 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 because in my borough, the Nansemond Borough, and I am extremely proud of the National Blue Ribbon School, Northern Shores. Just want to say that, and want to give a shout out to the faculty, to the staff, to all of the people who work at that school. From the people who drop them off on the bus, who start out with them in the morning, to the aides, to the cafeteria workers, to everybody who meets them. Everybody played a role in their success, and I'm just so proud of them. And I know you got to get up in the morning and drive to D.C., so I won't talk long, but I do have to say this. To Mr. and Mrs. Sperry, I want to tell you something, and I want to say this about bullying. And I hope I can say this the way I want to say it. After I shared with a group of people that my child died, they bullied me on Facebook. And I thought, you know, you have to be some low-down people to do something like that, but there are people who are that low. And I know I saw a comment, Ms. Sperry, and I know that people are that low. But I want to tell you something. There's nothing anybody can say that will fill that space, and I know that. And it's been 45 years for me. So I understand that I can't feel what you feel or respond, but for you to have the courage to come and stand here today in this period, I know it has to be difficult. And Ms. Sperry, I want to say this to you. Thank you so much for standing up and telling the truth, because some of the things that I have heard are just not true. And the right information needs to be out here if we're going to stop this disease. If we're going to stop it, people have to be honest and truthful, and it doesn't have anything to do with what your party is. It's a disease, and it doesn't care whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, or whatever. It's a disease, and we need to stop it, and we can only stop it by using our sense and not believe foolishness. So thank you for the courage that it took and the strength that it took, because I think I was watery for a much longer time. I just want to say thank you and know that I'm praying for you. I told you that, and like I said, you have my number. A lot of times people are around you for a little while when it's close to that time, and they forget about you after a while. But you have it, and you can call anytime. Thank you. I want to say this as well. I think I said it 7 times. I hope so. The Teacher of the Year, kudos to her, and I add my cheers to everybody else from Virginia, because Virginia's a large state, and she beat out 132 other folks to get to where she is. As far as advisory committees are concerned, our advisory committees are community members. When people talk to us about our advisory committees, they are community members who are supposed to give us information. It's not for board members to give board members their ideas. It's for community members. When you talk about parents giving us information and people in the community giving us information, this is where we should get it from, our advisory committees. It's not for us to go tell people what they ought to tell us. It's for them to come to us and tell us, this is your idea, these are our ideas. So that's why we don't have people on those committees, trying to run those committees. That's why we don't do that. We appoint people, and we want their ideas. We want them to bring them to us. Heather, I spoke with you. Heather Howell, congratulations. I spoke with you at length today. We look forward to working together and doing the best that we can for children. We have something in common. We were special education teachers. So we talked about that a bit as well. So congratulations to you. Congratulations to Delegate Clinton Jenkins, who worked for us, with us, and congratulations to Ms. Jenkins. We thank him for getting us resources and getting us some other things that we needed, because we work with local, state, and federal officials to get the monies that we needed. And we thank him for this. And we appreciate comments from the public because we try to address them. If you have problems, if you have issues, we listen to what you have to say. And some parents call, they don't come and argue or yell or call names or do whatever. They really don't. They come with valid concerns, and we try to investigate those concerns and see what we can do about them. And if there's something we can do about them, I promise you we do work on those issues. Thank you all, and we're going to do this. Do I have, since everything else is, well, one other thing. We have had some deaths, and we need to speak to those as we normally do in our normal fashion. There's information, but we lost this week Patricia Artis, passed away from, and it wasn't a COVID-related issue, but she passed away. She had 22 years of service with us, and she was our custodian at Oakland. So just keep her family, if this is your tradition, in your prayers, as I will. Now, our last item. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
We have a second? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story? Board Member Byram, Vice Chair Byram?
You said yes.
I'm sorry? Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Good night and have a blessed evening and a wonderful Thanksgiving. Holiday.